Members of the public, welcome to the DM committee, or planning as generally known, for February. You're all very welcome. We'll start with safety bits and pieces. You've got water out that side, you've got toilets there, the fire alarm goes off, and I'm not expecting it to go off. Vacate through the doors there and just keep walking in the car park to a safe distance. This is a public meeting. Members of the public are very welcome to listen to the debate, but unless you're registered to speak, and we do have a list of those who are registered to speak, you are not allowed to take part in the debates. We're live webcast today.
Chair, we have 3 apologies from Councillors Curley, Councillor Prowse, who I understand is probably on a cruise ship somewhere in New Zealand, so hopefully we don't be blown around too much, and Councillor LaRue. And I believe Councillor...
We have a technical hitch.
The second item on the agenda is the minute.
I've just muted him. Apologies. I've just put him on silence.
Sorry about that. Oh well, called the chuckle of the day anyway. That's okay. Where was I? Yeah, we are live casting.
And receiving, Chair. We're casting and receiving.
Casting and receiving. Right. Just remember to switch your mic on and off, and whilst I'm at it, remember to put your mobile phones on silent at the very least. I've left mine out in the car. It can't possibly go wrong. Right, in terms of how the meeting is going to progress, the case officer will present their report, the objector will speak, the supporter will speak, the parish council representative will speak, or somebody may read out something on their behalf, the ward member will speak, and the members of the committee can then will each in turn ask questions of each speaker. We will then, at the conclusion of the debate, we'll vote and come to a decision. I will now like to move to the officers. If you would like to introduce yourselves. Amelia, would you like to start?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Amelia Bolter. I'm the Senior Democratic Services Officer and clerk to this committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Rosemary Rowe. I'm ward member for Dartmouth and East Dart, and I'm vice chairman of this committee.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Richard Foss, chairman of this committee and ward member for Allington and Street.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn, head of legal services and monitoring officer and legal advisor to the committee this morning.
Good morning. I'm Pat Weimer, head of development management for South Hams.
I'm Bryony Hanlon, and I'm the case officer for the first application.
Thank you. Clerk, have we got any apologies?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we received apologies from Councillor Kate Kemp, and substituting is Councillor Baldry, and Councillor Brazil has joined us via Teams.
Thank you. Is the committee happy with the minutes of the meeting of the 18th of January 2023?
So moved.
Thank you. There are no items of chair's business. I'm not aware. I am aware, however, that we do have one item once for the day to fit in that we will have to go into part 2, which means that the general public will be excluded from that. We'll deal with that as and when we get to it. Members, have you any declarations to make? Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, all the items it's in the AOMB. As a member of the AOMB are representing.
Okay, Amelia. Right. Councillor Baldry?
Not a declaration as such, Chairman, just to make clear that the first item on your agenda is as on the screen. I was not at the first part of this discussion, so I shall take no part in the meeting when that is discussed. And in fact, I'll probably leave the table.
Thank you for that. The list of speakers has been circulated to the members. Yes. Okay, now I will now hand over to the planning officer for the first item. Brian, this is item 236322 Full Sunnydale, Newton Road, Salcombe.
Okay, so as you know, this one was deferred from the last committee, so I won't be representing any of the information, but just to give you an update on the application since you were last at committee, we obviously had the site visit and the agent has submitted additional information. That's been put online, and we have emailed all of the committee members, the local ward members, town council and anyone that commented on the scheme to advise them of what was happening.
Thank you. So we're straight into the debate on this one, aren't we? Members, where do you want to start? Councillor Long.
Chair, thank you. As we sort of have deferred it, we're coming back in. I would sort of still like to hear some of the other discussions. So with your permission, might come back later with some additional comments. But I think what was valuable was to go out and see the site and its setting from the water, to give the impression and allow everybody to see the potential impact of this application. I would like to say that I've seen the documents that came in showing changes to the parking arrangements that were there. I still challenge those parking arrangements because of the space requirements on the site and the fact that two of the parking spaces appear to block the actual entrance to the, if cars are parked in the way that they're indicated, block the entrance to the property. So it is challenging on that site for the parking, so I do challenge whether, you know, the parking is appropriate and adequate on that site. There is obviously the sizes are given as 2,400 by 4,800, which is our STP requirements. But the Devon County Council Design Guide does provide for a length of bay of 5 metres when behind a building to ensure that most types of vehicles are fully accommodated. We obviously know that this is an issue. But moving to the actual building itself, obviously we've seen that the footprint has greatly increased. Obviously we've got the original property, we've got the extension which was approved in the very much the same style, and now we've got a complete rebuild. And my concern of that is the dramatic increase in the footprint size and the internal space size increase. And I think that one of the things that is problematic and is of concern is the materials used and the style of construction, because the use of zinc in the way it is with a cowl type design is said to reduce the amount of light or to restrict the light, but in fact what I believe it will do is concentrate that lighting viewed from the estuary. And I think the overall design does give, is out of context and setting with those around it by being so dramatically different. It is increased in size. The impact coming from, when you're looking at it from the estuary and from Newton Hill, is very industrial and very harsh. So, Mr. Chairman, I have a big problem with this. Would like to hear some of the other members' views on this, but I cannot support the officer's recommendation on this, and I would like to move refusal. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Long. I'm going to bring in Councillor Brazil now, who is online. He had another meeting that he had to go to as well, but he is going to speak to us. He won't be able to vote, but he wishes to speak now. He is the ward member of the ward right opposite, so they're looking right at this site. Okay, Councillor Brazil, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and apologies that I'm not there. I'm at the Fire Authority budget meeting, so I have to do that. Just to say, I mean, obviously, I know I can't vote. I mean, I think members are probably aware that I'm not particularly happy with this, and I'd like to thank members for coming out on the boat and having a look at this particular building as it is at the moment, and you will have seen that it is a very prominent position within Salcombe. And not only that, that it's right on the border of moving into what we might term the sort of old Salcombe. You've got Cliff House there, you've got the Grange, a listed building, and this is going to sit very prominently in that setting. You know, I've heard that the materials used, that it's not going to stick out so much. But it's almost like sort of, well, why are you trying to hide it away? Why can't you design something and put something in there that fits with the vernacular of this particular slot, rather than a building that, in my view, is totally and utterly out of keeping? And I appreciate that some people have views about modern buildings and what have you, but I do find this one particularly it's incredibly symmetrical, it's incredibly pointed, it's incredibly linear. I mean, even the house behind it has some interesting features, the curves, the fact that it's asymmetric, all that I think helps to add to the picture that you get of Salcombe. And then we're going to have this, which is, I'm afraid, I don't think I think it just does not fit in that particular place in Salcombe. And so I think, on notwithstanding what Mark has raised about parking and the increase in volume, etc., I just think this is totally out of keeping with Salcombe. And so from a visual impact point of view, I hope that you will support Mark in refusing this application. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Julian. Other members who wish to speak? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chairman. I've actually got the elevations in front of me, but I wonder if they could be put up on the screen. Is that a bit much to ask? Is that possible? I think it's really, you know, just as a reminder, really, because I mean that's what we saw. But yeah, that new building there. There's actually a drawing which has is kind of with colour of. I think it's the proposed. That's it. Yeah, I think that makes quite a clear illustration of what we're talking about, just to remind us all. And I agree with the speakers that have already spoken before, but just also to point out that elevation in the top right hand side where it sort of sticks forward. I mean, that's very much a kind of an urban introduction. It's a new thing that we're seeing in a lot of urban settings. But I know this is obviously built up at Salcombe, but you know, there's nothing in the vernacular that kind of links into. And similarly, even just the zinc itself, which is obviously heightened by that additional sort of you know, asymmetrical shape, is I think it's going to, as has been said, I think it will stick out very clearly. And since the scale has increased so much, it will be, you know, much more visual too. The other point I wanted to raise was the bottom left-hand elevation there. That's from the road. When we sort of walk slightly back up the road at the site visit, when we look down across the, oh, sorry, can you not hear me? Oh, sorry. Thank you, sorry. Did everybody hear what I said all right? I'm sure you did, yeah. The bottom left-hand corner there, that gable to the right really obscures a lot of the view that anybody, perhaps, you know, walking down the road for their leisure, that view, their lovely view into the harbour is obscured. So I think it's this, you know, it's overmassing, and for all the reasons that have already been pointed out, I actually support refusal too. Thank you.
So, are you seconding refusal?
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking that Julian had, but no, of course, yeah.
No, he can't.
Yeah, a second.
So it's Councillor Long
Long's
proposed refusal. Yeah. And you, right, okay. Any other members wish to speak? Yeah, Councillor Panel.
Yes, looking at those elevations, I think the length of that building and the increase on the property that's already there is too much for that area. I don't like the appearance of it. I don't think it fits in well, but I am taken by how large an increase that is, and I don't think I can support it either. I think something could be designed that would fit in much better, as we saw from the estuary on Monday. It is a sensitive site. It's got some historic buildings near it, and I think we need to be very careful about what we allow in a site such as that.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. Anybody else wish to speak on this application? Well, at the moment on the table, we have a proposal and a seconder for refusal against the officer's recommendation. So you know what I'm going to be asking next. Reasons, please. Mr. Long?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I believe this is contrary to policies, and I had written them down but can't find them, policies impacting the AONB, also a number of the neighbourhood plan policies with regard to materials being in keeping, maintaining street scene, and the aspects of development and the impact and changes in increasing the development, the volume of development in the area and changing. And I think that also it is the main visual street scene impacts that are the concern, and the style and development being out of keeping. I don't think that it meets the requirements of our development policies or our supplementary planning document policies either, in a number of areas with material use and parking. I think there are other elements of the construction management plan which is included in this which are faulty. And I can try and pull out the policies that I'd noted, if you like, Mr. Weimer.
Well, you have a look at Councillor Hodgson. Have you got anything you want to add to Councillor Long's reasons?
No, I think he's covered it. Yeah.
Mr. Weimer, your comments, please.
I think that firstly, as you'd expect me to say, if members do vote for a refusal, can I suggest that's a delegated refusal with the detailed reasons to be agreed with the chairman, vice chairman, and the proposer and seconder. I think we've got enough from what you've said, but I think the other points that were made by the other members were around doesn't fit in with the vernacular, increase in scale, the design being symmetrical, linear is out of keeping, the material, the appearance and the materials out of keeping, and then you talk about those policies. So I think I'm comfortable. I don't disagree with the recommendation, obviously, but I'm comfortable that there's sufficient reasons there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. In that case, then there's no further comments. Just to be clear, this is for refusal of an application against the officer's recommendation, and it will be a delegated refusal as per Mr. Weimer explained. So can I have a show of hands for all those in favour of refusal? Yeah. Okay. 4. Those against the refusal. So that proposal is lost. So we now go to another proposal.
You'll need another proposal.
I need another proposal, please.
Chairman, I would like to. I appreciate that I did not attend the site visit. I'll just say that to begin with. I didn't attend the site visit this week, and I previously argued at the last committee. I proposed approval, so just to, as the background context, but I'm happy to propose approval in line with officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Second, Chairman.
And Councillor Rowe. Are you going to second it, or?
Yes, well, let Councillor Reeves second.
You're that, right, Councillor Reeve. Yes. Okay. Yes, Councillor Long.
Chairman, before we move to that vote, I still have concerns about the construction management plan, should this be sort of agreed, in the fact that it doesn't clearly define impacts lorry movements during holiday periods, and this is a very key, crucial point and area that could be impacted, and I'd like to see further work on the construction management plan rather than it being, as would be approved within this application before us.
Mr. Wyman, have you got any comment about Councillor Long's? Have we? Can we do it subject to?
As from an officer's perspective, we're broadly happy with the construction management plan in front of us. If members aren't happy, then I think the only way forward would be for that to be discussed and a member vote, and then it could be form a condition rather that notwithstanding the details provided, a further detailed construction management plan has to be submitted as part of a condition. Sorry, I don't think that in itself should form a reason for refusal.
No, I'm not saying that, but if it does, construction management plans and the deliveries and the disruption that potentially could happen around there, because it is a full demolition, it's a one-width road in the area, and it is a route that's heavily used by pedestrians, and we've had a number of other construction management plans in the area that would impact, which have included definitions of school holidays and limited the movements during those school holidays. Because it is very vague, the construction programme will be set out to ensure that these vehicle movements will not take place during any school holidays. But it doesn't actually, it doesn't define the tonnage, the number. So, and I think in that position, we've recognised in Salcombe that demolition is a big issue. Delivery of cement is a big issue, and then the construction, I think it needs to be more clearly defined and scheduled, as has happened in other applications nearby.
Thank you. Other members? Yes, Councillor Hodgson.
I would be very interested, if possible, to ask fellow committee members who are voting in favour of this why they think it's good. I mean, where people are voting without actually justifying, given the number of objections, including the town council, on the website, and they're quite substantial objections. And I think we are a representative body. We're not just here on our own position. Is that unreasonable to request that? Because I don't understand why they think this is okay. I know the officer has set it out, and so that kind of in a sense makes it easier. But there are substantial objections, and I would just think that maybe we owe it to the people that have objected to explain our position, because, we are supposed to be mindful of objections as well, presumably.
Well, I'll speak for myself. I think it was a finely balanced decision, and when it gets to that situation and you have officers of the quality we have, and they've done the same sums, if you like, or looked at it in the same way, and they have offered their opinion that they think that it is acceptable, and as members of this committee, that's what we do, and we all make our own minds and judgment up, and I've done that, and I've gone with the officer's recommendation, and it is a finely balanced one. Salcombe, as we all know, has a lot of issues and will continue to, but that's me. If anybody else wants to qualify that or not, that's up to them. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. In response to Councillor Hodgson's question, I find often it's not about whether or not one per se likes a development or likes the look of something, because that's not really what we're here to answer for, because liking something is subjective. It's not a material planning consideration. There's plenty of things that I have voted for in the past which in my mind doesn't look nice, but according to material planning considerations, that in itself is not a reason for me to object to something, because it's about my opinion. So I've read the officer's report, and I cannot find much in the officer's report that I disagree with on material planning considerations, whilst appreciating the level of representations that have been made, and thus that leads me to support the officer's recommendation.
Right. As far as I'm concerned, the decision has been made. Where are we exactly? Well, on the refusal, yeah, we have to now go for a vote on the application, whether we vote for approval as per the officer's recommendation. If there's nobody else going to have anything to say, I think we need to do that.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to pick up on something that Councillor Brown has just said about liking something and subjective views. Design is a material consideration. So, and good, you are exhorted to the principles of good design in the NPPF, and you have policies which talk about design as a factor in their criteria. So, I mean, policy Dev 20, for example, says delivering locally distinctive design. So design is something you can take into account, and it is therefore a subjective element.
Yes.
Before you go to a vote, members of the committee do need to resolve the issue around, is this on the basis of the construction management plan in front of us, or with a condition, or you're unhappy with the construction management plan and a condition seeking a further construction management plan, just so it's not, I don't think it's a straight vote at the moment on the basis of, as set out in the report.
Well, I did come back and say, did anybody else have anything to say? Nobody has come in on what Councillor Long has said, which we need to have. Do we need to have a vote whether we're happy with the conditions? Is that the way forward?
I would respectfully suggest that whoever proposes approval would then need to make as part of that proposal whether or not it's the construction management plan as set out, or an additional condition for a further construction management plan. I think it needs to be part of the proposal, and then if members want to debate that, they can. But I think it needs to be part, it needs to be either part of the proposal or not. So it's either as set out in the officer report, or with an additional condition for the construction management plan.
Right. Subject to. So you can't do that under a delegated, subject to ward members and that talking, discussing it afterwards.
No, I don't think it's necessary, because because it can be dealt with by the imposition of a further condition, seeking a construction management plan. So I don't think it needs to be a delegated approval subject to. I think members need to consider: do you want a further construction management plan? If you do, then that ought to be as a further condition on the consent. If you don't, and you're happy with what's in front of us, you approve it as set out in the officer's report.
We can't vote on it until we sort that construction management plan.
You need to have a proposition in front of you.
Yes, I do.
To vote.
I've got the. Are you, Councillor Long, putting a proposition to us? I know you voted against it, but
Chairman, it's up to those who have proposed.
Right. Okay.
But you know my
Councillor
views on
Brown.
the need for
Chairman,
I think the simplest way of dealing with this is if Councillor Long feels there should be a condition for a construction management plan, then to propose an amendment to your proposal. You can have the discussion about the amendment, and in the normal rules of debate, and then if it's lost, you then proceed as you were on the substantive motion. If it's approved, then it becomes the motion.
Councillor Hudson.
I'd like to second Councillor Long's proposal for the amendments to the construction management plan as he's outlined.
Right, and what will those be?
Chairman, the construction management plan needs to come back with defined details of deliveries and restrictions during school holiday periods, with clear details of lorry movements and tonnage movements during those periods. there needs to be more definition in the from the demolition period and construction period of the volume and number of vehicles coming within the site.
Okay, so Councillor Brown, as the proposer of approval,
Chairman,
will you accept those?
I'm happy to accept the amendment which Councillor Long and Councillor Hodgson have suggested to form part of what would be the substantive motion that I'm proposing.
Right, thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? For approval, subject to the conditions that yes, right, Councillor Pringle. Okay, are we happy?
Yes.
Good. Right, so we are now having a vote on approval of this application, subject with the amendment with the conditions that have been proposed. Can I have a show of hands of all those in favour, please? Things have to be got right. Okay, we're now moving on to the next item on the agenda is, let me get it right, is the development site at Weymouth Park, Hope Cove, erection of a single-storey dwelling, and resubmission of 174122 full, and the application number now is 408222. Welcome, Charlotte. Would you like to give us the information, please?
Thank you, Chairman. This application is for the erection of a single-storey dwelling in Weymouth Park in Hope Cove. Just before I start my presentation, just to update members, the report only includes Councillor Pearce's reason for calling the application to committee. Councillor Long has also requested that the application come to committee for the reason on the screen. Unfortunately, I didn't get that until the report had already been sent for publishing, so just to make you aware that it's been called to committee by both ward members. We've also received 6 additional objections since the report was published. 2 are from individuals that have previously commented, and none of the objections raise any new points that aren't already covered in the report. So the site is a residential cul-de-sac on the northern edge of Hope Cove. It's an L-shaped site, as you can see circled up here. Relevant planning history. So in 2019, there was an application for permission in principle for a 2-bed dwelling, which was allowed at appeal. So the principle of a 2-bed dwelling on this site is established. That's not something that we can revisit. No technical details were submitted afterwards, so nothing has been approved in terms of design, position, things like that. All we've got approved is the principle of the dwelling. Last year, 2 applications were withdrawn and 1 was refused on the site for a new dwelling. The reason for refusal was the scale of the dwelling, which was 2-storey in appearance with a design that was considered incongruous to the street scene, and the size of the dwelling was also unacceptable, and there was considered to be a harmful impact to neighbours to the south. So the current application seeks to resolve those issues. So just as a bit of background, the street scene of Weymouth Park, as you can see, is all bungalows. The site in this photo is just down on the left at the end of the cul-de-sac. So previously it was a green space. This is looking the other way, sort of back up the cul-de-sac with the site there on the right. As I said, the site is an L shape, so it's quite hard to photograph the whole thing. So this photo shows the road facing the longer part of the L, and then this is stood on the corner looking the other way down towards the properties down to the south. So the site is about half of that distance, and then the other half is the garden for the property, the blue house that you can see there. This photo is taken from within the site so that members can get an idea of the ground levels, which I don't think is obvious from the road, just how steep the slope is and how low the ground level is compared to the properties on the other side of the road. And this is the site now, so temporary fencing has been put up, and the site has started to be sort of excavated. The fencing isn't proposed as part of the scheme and wouldn't be supported by officers. This is temporary fencing for site security. And then just looking into the site, again, you can see the slope of the grass there, just to get an idea of the kind of the length of the position of the site. So the proposed dwelling would be on the left-hand side of the screen there, and then you've got a garage on the eastern border, driveway and turning in between, and then a back garden going down to the south. So this is the elevations of the proposed dwelling. So we've got the view from the road. Because of the difference in ground levels, the dwelling would be sort of partially hidden from view from road level. And then we've got the garage on this side, and then in the middle you'd have the access and the parking area in between. So the southern elevation, which shows kind of the full height of the dwelling with the lower ground level, and then the garage over this side with the outline of the properties on the other side of the road to the north behind. And then we've just got the east and west elevation of the dwelling. Fairly standard. I'm not allowed to say about that. So this is the floor plan, which shows a two-bed dwelling, the garage. So the garage would be half enclosed with a garage, and then this side would be much more open with 3 openings as a carport. These are the elevations of the garage. So again, materials to match the house, render and slate, sort of fairly standard materials. The proposed garage would be slightly higher than this house. So this is number 40 Weymouth Park. Quite a lot of objection has been made to the garage, with quite a lot of the objections stating that the garage wasn't included in the permission in principle application. The fact that there wasn't a garage included doesn't preclude us supporting a garage. This is a full planning application. This isn't so in that sense it's separate from the permission in principle. So the fact that the PIP didn't include a garage isn't kind of a valid reason for us to be seeking to refuse this. So just I've put the height differences here. So this is 40 Weymouth Park here. It would be just over a metre higher to the garage. There's about a 4 metre separation distance between the two, and then the garage is lower than about 30 centimetres lower than the ridge of the house. So although the bungalows in Weymouth Park are fairly uniform, there is some variety to garage styles. Most of them are flat roofs, but we've got an example of a detached, although smaller, a detached pitch roof garage. We've got this kind of fake hip flat roof. I don't know how to describe that. We've got detached flat roof garages, attached flat roof garages. Some are set forward, some are set back. So I wouldn't say that there was a uniformity to the garages as much as there is with the style of the houses. And again, just the garage views from the street scene. So as you go along the road, again, the ground level is lower at the site of these buildings. So as I said, you've got the height of the house, and then the garage is set slightly down. So officers' view is that from the road, this would be kind of an inoffensive, subservient outbuilding, and it doesn't raise any concerns. There is a condition proposed to keep the use as incidental, so that you can't have any sort of accommodation in there or any business or commercial use, anything else which would potentially have an impact on neighbouring properties. Some comments have also been made about the building line and that the proposed dwelling would interrupt the building line. As you can see, I've kind of put yellow lines across the principal elevations of all the houses. I wouldn't say that there was a particularly standard building line to the south. The proposed, that you can just see on the corner here, there's a dwelling that's been approved and is currently under construction in the Garden of 39, which would be here. And then you can see that in this this plan. So I don't think that the location of this building line is so significantly different that it's going to have an incongruous impact on the street scene. In terms of neighbour relationship, the key concern last time was the impact on this neighbour to the south. There's about a 40-metre distance from the rear elevation of the proposed dwelling down to the rear elevation of this house. The garden, so the boundary is about 22 metres away from this house, and then you've got a garden area before you get to the house. A condition is proposed that requires details of any boundary screening between these two properties to be provided to officers for approval. The applicant has informally said that there is discussion ongoing with these neighbours about that there is going to be some screening, but I think it's important to have those details firmed up and kind of something that we can enforce in the future. Subject to that condition, I think that the neighbour amenity is acceptable in this case. To the east, this is number 40, which I've already alluded to. So the garage will be over this side and the house would then be over this side. So it'd be about 27 metres from the dwelling, which would be separated by the garage and the driveway. I've already referred to conditions about the garage to kind of keep the use of it acceptable. So the impact to this neighbour is considered okay. This house has got a blank elevation this side, so it wouldn't be any problems with loss of light to windows or privacy. This dwelling here is screened by a hedge and fence, and also the position of the two means that the house wouldn't actually be directly facing this neighbour. It would be set further north than this dwelling. So the impact to this neighbour is also considered acceptable. And then properties to the north behind, as you can see from the ground level, they are higher. They're also separated by the road and about between 26 and 30 metre separation between the two. So there's no concern about neighbour impact to these neighbours above. The plans do show these houses and give an approximate ridge heights, but it's a bit faint, so I put it down here. So as you can see, the properties behind are sort of a good 2-3 metres higher than this house. So don't raise any concerns about neighbour amenity. Comments have been made about views, but obviously that's not a planning consideration. There's no right to a view. And just finally, in terms of landscape impact, this is in the AONB and the Heritage Coast. So officers do need to be mindful of that. But you can see, it's not a great photo, so sorry about that, but the white houses here are the northern edge of Weymouth Park. And as I've just said, the house would be set lower than that. So from longer views, the dwelling would just be red within the existing kind of residential landscape of this part of the village. So just to summarise, the principle of development has already been established. The design, the scale and form is considered to be in keeping with the character of Weymouth Park. Neighbour impact is acceptable subject to recommended conditions, and there is no harm identified to the AONB or the Heritage Coast or just the local landscape. The previous reasons for refusal therefore considered to have been addressed, and officers are recommending conditional approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of the officer? Ooh. Okay, thank you. So we will now move on to the objector to this application. We don't have one, right?
Yes, we do. David Everington.
Yes, we do, sorry, we're looking the wrong line. David, I thought we did. David Ashington, would you like to come and sit there, sir? I was ahead of myself. Just sit down and make yourself comfortable, and when you're ready, switch on the mic and you have 3 minutes.
Hello. Dear committee, any development on this site should meet both the PIP criteria and the local planning policies. The PIP granted permission for a modest 2-bedroom bungalow set down in the level land adjacent to the hedge in that field. Paragraph 8 of the PIP explains approval was given for an SP to comply with SPT2 and help address the imbalance of affordable 2-bedroom dwellings in the local housing stock. Paragraph 11, also in the PIP, says a suitably designed and scaled dwelling was approved. From the picture you can see the road shows north to south. The street scene is created by the uniformity of the houses and being consistently set back from the highway with the same orientation. The level land by the side is predominantly the building line. If I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. So the building line. So this is what you can see as the building line, and on the right you can see the PIP. So the PIP you can see is pushed down into the land. The new house has got 156 square metres, and the garage is 41 square metres, 197 square metres in total. The national prescribed minimum for a 2-bed is 70. The most recent house in Weymouth Park sold in August 21 with 120 square metres for £700,000. So on the basis of that, this development will be worth over £900,000. It's clearly going to be a good investment, but it's not going to provide modest, affordable housing. Number 39, which was quoted next door, only has 99 square metres. The excessive impact is compounded by building in front of the building line. Could I have the next slide, please? The building line. So this shows the building line and this shows the plot. So the slide speaks for itself. There's a clear building line and the garage is in front, and you'll note the location of the garage block in front of the building line. Next slide, please. The garage block, and you can see in the picture, the shipping container as a visual of where the garage block will be. It's 41% higher when you look from the road and you look at the aspect of how high it is. Running along our border, it will provide us with natural light and is a complete invasion of privacy and neighbour amenity. It has 3 windows on the side, which overlook our front garden and back garden, and the one at the top can probably look right into our back garden. Conclusion. The proposal does not meet the PIP or planning requirements of a suitably designed and scaled dwelling to reflect local distinctiveness. The proposal for a £900,000 development is not in line with general planning policies and will not provide a modest 2-bedroom property, which is what the planning was there for. An enormous 41 square metre outbuilding block is an unacceptable addition and devastates the whole street scene of the road. The planning officer's report, as I've highlighted, I think has got numerous inaccuracies and misunderstandings on the plot. Next slide, please. So on the next slide, I've put forward some of the policies which I don't think are complied with. So you've got Dev 20, and you can see that a lot of those are not addressed. You'll be far more familiar with the policies than me, but I'll end there. No, I mean, I just hope that I've demonstrated how the size and scale of this whole development is going to impact on the.
Right. Thank you very much for that. Members, have you any questions of the gentleman? No. Thank you very much, sir. Right. We've now got Mr. Steve Carter, who also has slides. If you just again settle yourself down when you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by thanking Senior Planning Officer Charlotte Horathane for her help in achieving the right development for the site. With regard to the objection against the proposed garage carport, a permission in principle is not an outline planning permission. It is only an indication that the local planning authority consider the site and location suitable for a dwelling. I have submitted some supporting information, which you can see on the slides. They're pretty self-explanatory, so I don't really want to go through them one by one. It just shows various other properties in Weymouth Park with different types of garages, detached garages, most of them are detached, various different materials, from stone to cladding to rendered, pitch roofs, flat roofs. They're also in the rear of the properties, the front of the properties, side of the properties. There's double garages. A couple of the properties have got 2 garages. I just want a carport and a garage. The proposed garage is 300mm below my dwelling, my proposed dwelling, and the bungalow and the street scene significantly smaller in size, as such as it cannot be described as unduly prominent. We have set out the proposed dwelling orientation to fall in line with existing properties, following their roof lines and layouts. The actual line of the property, obviously I've got a fence which is pretty close to the, which is to the south, Campsie Cottage there, so I can't drop the dwelling any further down. That's the reason it was put in the position it's in. The garage in the position it's in enables me to drive the vehicle and exit the site in forward gear. The position of the garage in Weymouth Park means that the vehicles have to, the other garages have to reverse in onto the highway to the detriment of highway safety. This proposal offers greater highway safety. We're a local family, we're a local business in Kingsbridge. I'm looking to make this our forever home. It falls in line, I think, with the development as a 2-bedroom dwelling. I can't help the property prices in Hope Cove. When I bought this 18 months ago, the properties were obviously quite reasonably priced, but the way things are in Salcombe and the South Hams, I can't do much about the property prices, I'm afraid. So, in my opinion, I think this development sits nicely in that plot of land now, and I think Hope ticks all the boxes. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just stay there for a minute. Members, anybody got any questions? Mr. Carter? No? Well, thank you, sir. If you'd just like to press the button on that mic, we'll need it. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Joe Hocking. I think you know the format. You ready? Where you go?
Thank you for listening. The street scene along the top road section of Weymouth Park has a pleasing symmetry and open appearance which is clearly shown on Google Maps and on the map at the start of the officer report. The bungalows on the southern side, which are set back from the highway with neat gardens in front, follow 2 definite building lines as the road curves slightly. The officer report has claimed there is no building line by inaccurately including Campsie Cottage and Hope Croft. Neither of these properties are in Weymouth Park. The bungalows also have the same orientation, a similar roof height that gently follows the slope of the road from east to west, and are constructed using the same materials. The PIP granted permission for a 2-bedroom dwelling with no mention of a garage. The inspector described the dwellings in Weymouth Park as predominantly set back from the highway, giving this estate a somewhat open appearance. He also stated that a dwelling that reflected local distinctiveness in terms of scale and design would not necessarily be at odds with this character. This application runs a coach and horses through those statements, particularly in terms of the open appearance, due to the position of the dwelling and garage at the front of the site. Neither does it reflect local distinctiveness in terms of its scale and design. Add to this the excessive massing and height, the distorted orientation, different roof materials, and a detached double garage with a pitch roof, and the development constitutes an incongruous and visually prominent addition to the street scene as it was set out in the appeal decision, and contrary to South Hewish Neighbourhood Plan, the Joint Local Plan and National Planning Policy Framework. Most of the development would be right in your face in front of the established building line, with a large part of the house and all of the garage at odds with the orientation of the rest of the estate. At 156 square metres, the dwelling will be more than double the nationally described space standards, and measuring 44 square metres, the double garage, which when viewed from the east and north will resemble a small commercial building, will introduce an alien feature within the street scene. The topography of the site allows the house to be set further back behind the building line, as was displayed by the PIP application. This would also allow for it to be at a lower level, in keeping with the existing properties, with improved orientation and possibly a single garage alongside. Please refuse this application.
Thank you. Members, have you any questions? Yeah, Councillor Baldry.
Just a quick one, Chairman, if I may. You describe this as a holding objection to the application. I think it was 7 points of consideration made at the meeting on the 11th of January. I take it your parish council hasn't met since then, so but this now becomes the substantive rather than the holding objection.
Yes, it does. And the reason for that was at the meeting, the applicant stated that there was some further information to be added to the application. And in the interest of fairness, we wanted to find out whether or not that was going to be possible before we made our absolute decision. So it was in order to give him the opportunity to add more.
Yeah, but this is not a holding objection. This
No,
is your absolute.
This is our
Thank you.
absolute
Thank you.
objection. Yes.
Councillor Long.
Chairman, just for clarification, I think if the planning officer could go back to the slide that you showed where you'd indicated the building line with the yellow markers on. That's it. And I think you're referring to the two that are substantially set back.
Yes, I am, because they're both in Grandview Road.
Yeah.
Turn your mic on, please. Thank you.
They're both in Grandview Road.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay. Now we've got the ward members. Yes, who is going to go first? Right, Councillor Pearce, thank you. We just check, because I've noticed that the ones that can't be heard where the mic is behind the screen.
Yeah, I'm not a public speaker. I'm Councillor Judy Pearce and I'm one of the ward members for this application. I'm very grateful to Mr Etherington and Joe Hocking for their comments, because I find them very helpful in the explanation of this application to members. Now, I want to say first of all that I think I don't have a lot of dispute with Charlotte's report. I think it's fairly finely balanced, but I'm coming down on the other side of the fence for a number of reasons. Now, it's useful if members look at the plan at the top of the report, so that I explain the site to you. There is a rectangle with a small square attached at the bottom left-hand corner. The rectangle is the end of the back garden of Lothlorien, which is the house down below it, which is on Grandview Road. And the rectangle is the open space which the officer showed you a photograph of at the end of at the end of Weymouth Park, before all this started. And this is important because there is some history to it. So when you came along Grandview Road previously, if we can have that, the photo of the open, that's it. Yeah, that one, that's it. If you can imagine coming from the other end, what you saw was this open space on the left-hand side of Weymouth Park, where the footpath starts to go through to the coast path. So you can see that footpath. It looks like a continuation of Weymouth Park, but it's got that right-angled narrow bit, which then goes round a right angle again and goes sort of parallel to Weymouth Park, but slightly lower down, out to where it bends round and joins the coast path, and then goes along to the end. And you can from there either go down the footpath into Hope Cove or go back along Grandview Road parallel to Weymouth Park. Now, what's important about that was that that footpath had a very nice open aspect in that narrow bit, and then in the subsequent bit going along the edge, it was quite wide. Going along parallel to Weymouth Park, it was quite wide and had nice hedges either side. What has happened now is that that vista has been completely lost. Now, the neighbourhood plan, to their credit, did try to include that area as a green space in the neighbourhood plan. And as you'll be aware, if it had been accepted as a green space, it would have had the same protection as green belt, and therefore the openness of it would have been protected in perpetuity, and it would not have been possible to build anything there. Now, while the neighbourhood plan was going through, this PIP was submitted. It was submitted before the neighbourhood plan had a lot of weight. And unfortunately, while it was going through the appeal process, because it had been refused by officers on the basis that that piece of land had been included as open space in the neighbourhood plan, in the draft neighbourhood plan. During that time, the examination took place, and the examiner said that the owner of the land had protested that he hadn't been consulted and he didn't want it included. She thought it wasn't large enough to be important. I'm quite surprised about that and would dispute it, because it did offer a very nice opening to that footpath. And since then, there have now been two, what I would call predatory planning applications on that space and on the front garden of number 39, which is the one that runs at the end of Weymouth Park, and the long side of that property runs up the side of the continuation of the footpath that goes out to the coast. So all this to say that this has been a very opportunist application, and had the parish been able to have their way and keep that as open space, they would have protected the nice vista at the end of Weymouth Park and the entrance to the footpath. So what we have now is really cramped up, and that piece of the footpath in particular has got fences either side of it, because Harris fencing was not put up, and the fence is due to stay. It's on the plan as being part of the application, although the boundary treatments have got to be agreed. But I can't see that there's room for anything else but a fence, because there's a path running down the side of the bungalow, if we could look at the plans, and it's very, very close to the boundary. Now, I want to now go back to the garage, which is why I really called it into committee, because I didn't have a lot of time at the time to really go into the application, and I had to give a reason, though I knew that from the local... Now, the problem now is that all this excavation has started on site before this has got planning permission. So even if it doesn't get planning permission, it's going to be difficult to restore that area to the open space that it once was. That's the pity of it all. There is a PIP for a 2-bedroom bungalow, but I would submit that whilst the officer quite rightly states that 2-bedroom properties are in short supply in Hope Cove, this is not a modest 2-bedroom bungalow like the other one now in the garden of number 39. This is a large 2-bedroom bungalow, and you can see there that the side boundary onto the footpath, or can we go back to the plan one? Sorry, we're flicking around a bit. That's it, that one. You can see how close it is to that boundary. And there is actually a path shown with steps going down the side of the house there, and there will not be room for anything else but this close boarded fencing, which makes walking down that piece of the footpath like walking down a tunnel. And I would say that that adversely affects the natural beauty of the AONB, because the entrance to that footpath used to be really pleasant and nice coming off Weymouth Park, which admittedly is fairly urban, but they're nice bungalows with a defined building line. And it took you out to the coast path in open countryside. So it was a kind of good transition area, having that piece of green there. So now we've got this bungalow, which I think, sorry, excuse me, given the PIP, is going to be difficult to get rid of. But the garage itself is being detached is almost like having a separate building there. There is one detached garage in Weymouth Park with a pitched roof, which Charlotte showed you in a photograph. In this part of Weymouth Park, I think it's fair to say, because there is another part of Weymouth Park where the houses are not as well spread out and are on a slope and don't have the big long front gardens. So, sorry, I'm losing my, with coughing. That's my water. Can I get it? Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry. Thanks, Mark. Thank you. The point about the garage is that it is not typical of this part of Weymouth Park. All the other garages, which again you can see on the plan at the top of the report, are up the side of the bungalows, including the one that has a pitched roof, which I think is to the side of the big property that goes down onto Grandview Road. It's on the right-hand side of it, on the lower side of the road. So this is atypical of what happens in Weymouth Park, because it's a double garage, or a garage and a carport. The pitch roof is really quite high, and as has been pointed out, is higher than number 40. And the overall appearance is of two buildings on that plot, well forward of the other buildings and well forward of the building line in Weymouth Park, and really is not typical of what goes on there at all. And there's been a lot of local opposition to it, and I think quite rightly so, because that is going to ruin the end of what was a very pleasant road in Hope Cove. I would say probably one of the most pleasant, because it's on a contour road with houses set above it and below it. It's relatively flat and very open, and the bungalows are what they are, but they were built at the end of the 60s and beginning of the 70s. They're ranch bungalows, but they are very pleasant properties, and this is completely out of keeping with the rest of what goes on in that road. So I'm totally on the side of the parish council in this one, and I do support their neighbourhood plan, and I think it's very unfortunate that this public open space wasn't allowed in the neighbourhood plan, because this result is an absolute disaster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody, any questions? Councillor Pearce? Yes, Councillor Cullen.
Councillor Pearce, you said you thought the fence would be there to stay. Are you talking about the whole fence, or just the fence along the side of the building?
The fence down the side of the footpath, and I think that's the important point, because the beginning of that footpath was really open, and it's now pretty sinister if you go down there, because there's close boarded fencing up round the bungalow, which you can see to the left, which is in the front garden of number 39. Now, as part of the vista, I don't think that bungalow is going to ruin the end of Weymouth Park as much, and it's a much more modest bungalow, as you can see from the roofline of it. That's a 2-bedroom bungalow. It's really quite small, and that will be suitable for local people. But it is now that you've got this close border fencing both sides of that area, and you don't have the open area as you arrive to it, which has really, does have a real effect on the AONB, and I don't think this has been sufficiently considered, and needs to be.
If this was approved, sorry if I ask a supplement, if this was approved, presumably even if the fence wasn't there, there'd still be the same effect from the wall of the new building.
It isn't. As I recall, they're going to have a hedge there because they've got room, and I think that is far less offensive than close panel fencing in the AONB.
Thank you very much, Councillor Poultry.
I ask Councillor Pearce with some trepidation, because I am aware of much more experience of planning matters than I would ever gain. So, in fear and trembling, Judy, I ask you. This is a statement. I shall start off with saying, do you agree with me? But you described this as opportunist. in some terms, that is entirely a subjective view, is it not? And some people might regard that as derogatory.
I think so, but I think what is happening there is derogatory to the street scene. So, so that's my counter to you. I think putting in a pip could be described. You know, we don't get many of them, and it is kind of a little bit of an opportunist kind of way of approaching planning, without having to spend too much money to put in a planning application. So maybe it is derogatory, but I still maintain that that is how this has come about.
And
thank you.
A second one, if I may.
Yes,
Chairman, you expressed enormous regret that the public open space has not been included in the neighbourhood plan. But the neighbourhood plan is what it is, and it's what is approved, and that is what we as a committee must consider, that it is the approved neighbourhood plan we need to consider.
I absolutely agree with that, and yes, you do, but in defence of the parish council, I think what they were trying to do was absolutely right, and it's a shame that the examiner didn't agree with them for various reasons, possibly because it wasn't a very big piece of land, but it was very valuable even so.
Thank you. Before I go any further, there's been a lot of mention of PEP. And those of us around this committee know what it is, but I dare say that the local people that are watching don't know what it is. So perhaps Charlotte would just, I know what it is, but coming from you.
So PIP stands for Permission in Principle, and it's a very, very light touch. All you have to submit really is a red line plan and an indication of roughly how many dwellings you would want to put on a site. And that's it. So the approval of a PIP basically means we have said, or in this case the inspector has said, yes, a dwelling can go on that site. It doesn't say anything about scale, position, design. And as I said, it doesn't preclude a full planning application to include a garage or anything like that. It's really just, in theory, could a house go on here? And in this case, we have that for one dwelling.
I just thought we needed to do that. Thank you. Any further questions of Councillor Pearce? Yes, Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Two things. One is, do you think, would you find it more acceptable if the roof was the same colour as the rest of the street? I mean, I can see that it's obviously looking at grey slate compared to the concrete tiles. And the second point is, I'm not sure if we can do this, but I mean, it's from what Charlotte said when she was introducing it, she said that the fencing wasn't going to stay. You're saying it will. So therefore, could we condition that the fencing is removed and replaced by a natural hedge to kind of soften it? Do you think that if that was the case, that would also be more acceptable?
Okay, let's go to the hedge first, because you can see very well in that drawing why a hedge would not be possible. The red line is running right along that path down the side of the house with the steps to get round to the front of the sitting room area. Okay, because that drops away quite substantially. So it is not going to be possible to put a hedge there because of the design and the size of the bungalow they're trying to put on the plot. I suppose if it was all shifted a bit to the right, you might be able to put a hedge down there. But I still think that unless you really moved it over, the hedge would be overhanging the path, and the path is not all that wide at that point. That is the narrow neck of the path, which previously it didn't matter because it was open land, so it didn't matter that it was narrow there because it had all the grass either side of it. It is going to have a hedge on one side of it. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a hedge there if I remember what the boundary treatments on the other property. As to the roof, I'm fairly agnostic about whether it was going to be concrete tiles like the rest of Weymouth Park or slates. The problem is the height, and the height is caused by the pitch, and that's caused by it being a double garage rather than a single garage, which would have the apex would be much lower.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions of Councillor Pearce? Yes.
I think it's my question is sort of a rewording of Keith's last point. I hear the passion in your speech, but actually the law has been decided, and what you would like to have happened is now gone. Is that not the case?
No, I absolutely admit that. But if you like, I think the real sacrifice in all this plan is that part of the footpath at the end, which is now going to be sinister. And I think what you need to consider is this affecting the natural beauty of the AONB? Because I would submit that it is, because that footpath before was very pleasant to walk down. I haven't walked it for some time, but very pleasant to walk down, and went out to the coast and was great. Now it's like going down a tunnel, or that first bit. And it will remain a tunnel because there will be a wooden fence on one side of it about 1.8 metres high. So it will remain a tunnel. Now, when I said it was opportunist for the PIP, I think Charlotte explained to you why it's opportunist, because it's very cheap. And what I need to point out to you is that the present owner who has put in this planning application was not the person who applied for the PIP. So just to make that quite clear. So I'm not saying that he's opportunist at all.
Thank you. I think. Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. You've heard from, obviously, Mr Etherington, Councillor Hocking and Councillor Pearce, and they've highlighted the sort of issues and the reasons that I wanted this to come to committee, like Councillor Pearce, was consider those concerns and to look at the policy questions with regard particularly to street scene, the local vernacular of Weymouth Park, and particularly the layout and position of the garage, and also the proposed roof materials. And I think the thing that you've got to look at here is that it's the cumulative impact of the garage, and I think you need to look at is the scale of the property appropriate. And I think these are all the points that you have to look at, and I think you have to consider, does this reflect, as in the PIP, and I think it already has been. Unfortunately, the PIP was approved by a planning inspector, so we already have that in place. But in the PIP, the inspector did say a dwelling that reflected local distinctiveness in terms of scale and design would not necessarily be at odds, and I think you have to give that some consideration. I think you've heard quite eloquently from Mr Etherington, Councillor Hocking and Councillor Pearce on these points. I'd like to leave my sort of comments there, but clearly what you have to consider with this application are all of these points. And I'll wait to hear what the other speakers have to say about it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Before we go into the debate, I think Mr Weimer would like to say something.
I'd just like to make a couple of points of clarification. Firstly, this is a standalone full application. It does not have to follow the PIP, but that doesn't fetter your ability to consider, is this acceptable in its own right? But please don't, it's a bit of a rabbit hole if we go down, it doesn't follow the PIP. So almost set that on one side. There is an appeal decision that says a dwelling on this site is acceptable in principle, and that's as far as that goes. So if you think this is unacceptable, then look at it on its own merits, because it's a standalone full application. I'm going to try, if I don't push myself down a rabbit hole, to go through where we are with the fence. So the existing fence on the side of the footpath of this property, it's shown on the plans as existing fence because it's there. It is an existing fence, and that fence can be erected under permitted development. It's my understanding it's less than 2 metres high, and it's not adjacent to a highway that vehicular traffic use. So the fence at the moment is a lawful construction. You'll note from the suggested conditions that in the case officer's report that we're suggesting a condition that boundary treatment should be submitted to us and approved. And our view, we officers share the view that that 2 metre high or 1.8 metre high close boarded fence down the footpath is unacceptable, and we would expect to see something different, whether that's either a lower solid fence or a post and rail fence, or we would expect to see something different that doesn't completely enclose the footpath. But I agree with Councillor Pearce's assessment that the siting of the dwelling as with us at the moment, as shown on these plans, you would not be able to replace that fence with a hedge because there simply isn't the space. But the officer's view is that the existing 1.8 metre high close boarded fence is unacceptable, albeit it's permitted development. But when we're dealing with an approval of planning application, we think we can control it because it forms part of the planning submission. We can control that by condition. Hopefully that gives a little bit of clarity.
Thank you for that. Councillor Panel. We are, by the way, in debate. Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I have enormous sympathy with the residents nearby, with the parish council, and with the local councillors. But I think we are where we are. I think we've been put in this position by the ruling of the inspector, who says, in my view, the appeal site does not significantly contribute to the somewhat established open appearance of the estate. Looking at that photograph of the first photograph we saw, I find that amazing that the inspector can say that that area on the right does not contribute to the open appearance of the estate, but that is what they've ruled, and that's where we are. And I think in those circumstances, it's difficult to see that you could put any building on there that's not going to stick out in a way, is not necessarily going to be in line with the building line, is not going to be obtrusive, is not going to impose on that rather attractive layout. And I heartily concur that it would have been so much better if that green space could have been kept. But we are where we are, and where we are is that the inspector has said that a building can be put there. And I don't think this building that's proposed is any worse than many other buildings that could be put on that site. I'm heartened to hear that we could condition the fence along the side of the building. My view is I think that I'll support this, but with a condition that the fence along the side of the building can be reduced in height or ameliorated in some way so that it does not restrict the passage down and the appearance and turn it into the tunnel that is feared.
Thank you. Councillor Baldry and then Councillor Hodgson.
I take it Councillor Panel was moving approval.
I think I will, yes, thank you.
I'm going to second that, Chairman. I think for all the reasons he said, I think the officer has got it right. Councillor Pearce said it was a finely balanced decision, although you could have kidded me from what you were saying in your presentation. But it is a finely balanced decision. I have read all the objections. I've listened to the objector today, and I've listened to the parish council and seen what they have said. But on balance, I would like to second approval with the condition on the fence.
Thank you. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chairman. I've gone through these drawings and I can't find one that actually, apart from getting my ruler out, would give me an indication of the size of any of the walls. So I've actually been trying to measure the distance between the footpath and the proposed house. So I think it's not helpful when people don't submit plans that actually have measurements on them, so that we can actually get some sense of, you know, what's what. Well, there's lots of plus 4.5s and stuff like this for the heights, but and the gradients, but it's actually about the scale. And I think at the end of the day, the problem with this proposal is the sheer scale of what's being proposed for that site, and the fact that that site has value in the streetscape, as we can see there. And while I hear what has been said about anything you're going to put there's going to stick out, well, of course it would. But actually, if you get it right, it can stick out in a positive way rather than potentially a sort of a jarring position, because that's a kind of very sort of like soft street scene. And I would have thought it would have been very possible to propose something, again, in line with what the inspector suggested, a modest place in that site, being it's actually quite a big site, really, when you think about the fact it goes down as well. But I think they're just trying to squeeze too much into the site. You know, you're right up against the boundaries, left, right and centre. And a double car space with the car, I mean, it would have been perhaps better if they'd just put the carport on the street side rather than the other side, actually, because then it wouldn't have been quite such a blank wall up against the street scene again. So actually, I think, again, it is a very fine thing, but I think it's overmassing of the site, given the streetscape. and I think I'm going to propose refusal on the basis of overdevelopment of the site and the impact on the AONB.
Councillor Pringle.
I think Vic and I had the same mind, but I'm going to second Councillor Hodgson's refusal.
Councillor Abbott, were you wishing to speak? Don't wish to say anything. Yes, Councillor Long.
Chairman, thank you. It's interesting to hear the sort of discussion that's going on. I think one of the things that we need to, there's a big debate. Is there a defined building line? And I think there is, something that runs along there. But I think one of the things that you have to look at is that there is an opportunity to develop that site more sympathetically because of the space that's there. I think when you look at it, it is a large 2-bedroom property on the front of the site. It does stand out. You've also got the...
Councillor Long, before you go any further, it was pointed out to me that we've got a proposal for approval and seconder, and we've got a proposal for refusal and seconder. We need to do a vote on that before, otherwise we don't know what we're debating on.
But Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say that I did speak as a ward member, and I've not had an opportunity to speak within the debate.
Yeah, but we have to debate one or the other according to my legal advice. So I'd like to say something as well, but I can't because we got to take the first.
Sorry, Chairman, can I?
Well,
sorry,
I can't talk until we sorted out which one we're debating on. Is that correct?
No.
Right.
Sorry, Chairman.
Yeah.
What I should have said was that there is a proposal on the table. The first proposal on the table is for approval in accordance with the officer recommendation. That is the motion that one is now speaking to. If there is an amendment to that motion, then that's a different matter. But a proposal that is contrary to the motion that's on the table is not an amendment. So the substantive motion on the table at the moment is the proposal to approve in accordance with the officer recommendation. That's the motion that members should be addressing their comments to, which allows Councillor Long and yourself to have whatever comments you want to make, because you can obviously speak against the motion if that's the way you wish to do.
Thank you for that clarification. I will be speaking against the motion. I am speaking against it because it is a large, as I said, a large 2-bed property to the front of the site. It is in its place a 2-bed, but it is a large property looking at the scale of it. I think the garage position and the fact that it's detached increases the impact on the street scene. If it had been attached to the property, it may have been ameliorated, it may have been reduced. There is the ability to move that design and change it and move it further into the site, further down into the area. There is in my terms, and I know the officers disagree, there is what could be described as a building line. It does sit outside that. The design as it's presented does have and will have a negative impact on the outlook on that street scene, and I'm only talking about the street scene down that particular section of Weymouth Park as it heads into the footpath. There will be a negative impact on the footpath as well, as has already been pointed out. It is a site which deserves, the agreement there is that it can be developed, so it needs some more creative thinking, to lessen the impact if you are going to build something there. I think the other thing that hasn't come out, I disagree with the roof materials because they are not part of the street scene. I think to change that roof material to slate impacts when you look along there, they are all concrete. I know there's been a discussion about the sustainability of slate versus concrete, and I think that's a debate that will carry on, but I don't think we should have that debate to the detriment of the street scene. So I think overall, we could have a more modest or redesigned bungalow on that site. I don't think this particular application and proposal is suitable for the site. It does negatively impact the street scene. It is impactful in so many ways, but something could be built there, but just not this. This is not the right development for that site. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to this motion? Because you've gone again, you just now indicated you were against. If you want to
I
add
think
anything
I've made
to
my position fairly
Right,
clear.
okay,
I
well,
absolutely,
yeah.
you know, the points that have been raised, which you know, are against officer proposal. I think. I mean, and I should have actually added in about the roof. I think the roof is quite significant in terms of that change of colour. It's all. There's a lot of elements of this that I think are really jar.
So, I was going to say something, but I think Councillor Long has covered some of my concerns at the present time. So, if nobody else has anything to say on this, we've got a proposal for refusal. We need no approval. Sorry, we got the conditions. Sorry,
I think Councillor Pannell, when he moved approval, was talking about conditions regarding the fence. Can I just point out that in the office report, condition 6 states the timber fence surrounding the site boundary shall be removed in its entirety prior to the occupation of the dwelling. So that's, and then there's condition 9, details of the proposed boundary treatment shall be submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority. So I think they are, I think the conditions you were seeking are already covered in the officer report, just for that clarity.
Okay. Are you content for me to go for the vote? Right, thank you. So we're the proposer and seconder for approval as per the officer's recommendation. Can we have a show of hands in favour, please? Thank you. Against? Yeah, I've got the abstentions, and unusually I am going to abstain on this one. It's not something I normally do, but in this case I have. So that proposal has been lost, yes. So we're back. I'm looking now for another proposal, please. Well, we've had, yeah, okay, we can take that one on board, which is Councillor Hodgson and Councillor Pringle. For refusal of the officer's recommendation. So can I? Reasons?
I think they've already been given. Sorry, do you want to take them
Well,
again?
I don't think anybody's mentioned any policy at all. And
I didn't actually quote any cite any policies as with numbers, but overmassing of the site.
Well, I think you'll have heard me say this on more than one occasion. General words such as overdevelopment or overmassing, we need to be more precise than that. What is it about? What elements of the development are causing that? Is it siting? Is it scale? Is it
scale of development? Okay. Incongruous materials. Okay. The impact on the AONB. Did I put materials? I said materials, didn't I? And sorry, yeah. And I think the additional the garage on the site is increases the massing on the site. And I think it's unneighbourly.
Sorry, unneighbourly in what way? Unneighbourly as in terms of impact on amenity, or unneighbourly in terms of visual impact on the street scene?
On the impact on the street scene, and also on the adjacent buildings. Sorry, I haven't got my JLP in front of me to give you an absolute.
Chairman, if I might, is Councillor Hodgson thinking of policy SH, in neighbourhood plan policy SH, HBE3, which talks about design proposals that are innovative, locally distinctive, using a palette of materials that respond to and integrate with the local built surroundings. And so what I think you're saying is that
I think that was exactly what I was
doesn't,
saying. Actually,
it doesn't
yeah.
integrate with the built surroundings. And when you say that there's an impact on the AONB, what or how is that impact?
By virtue of the impact on the footpath, which is all part of the AONB, and the impact of the palette proposed.
Sorry, Chairman, presumably also you're looking at policy DEV 20 and the fact that you would argue that it doesn't improve the quality of the built environment.
Yes.
Having regard to the proper pattern of local development.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just come back on one query? Inappropriate materials. I think the only thing I've heard debated about materials was the roof materials. Is it just so it is just the roof materials? We're not talking about the walls or the windows or the doors as well. It's the roof material.
It's just that the roof is really the apparent issue.
And just as the same as the previous application, when there was the motion contrary to officer recommendation, can I suggest that will be a delegated refusal subject to the detailed wording of the reasons for refusal to be approved by or agreed by chairman, vice chairman, proposer and seconder. So it'll be yourself and Councillor Pringle.
Happy to accept that.
Yeah, I think that's the correct way to go forward. Okay, are we content to go for the vote now? Seconder happy? Karen, right, thank you. So this is a vote against the officer's recommendation. So could I have a show of hands for refusal, please? All right. Those against the right of refusal? 3. Yeah, and like I said, I'm going to abstain again. I think we could do that right now.
Can we just say that application has been refused?
That application has been refused, subject to delegated authority. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Members, please, thank you. We will continue. We're on to the next application, which is application 4454, 22 householders, householders, the Willows Bowbury Road, Hook Cove. Would you like to give us a...
Thank you, Chairman. So yeah, this is a householder application at the Willows in Hope Cove. So as you can see, it's an L-shaped plot. There's the main dwelling in the middle. This application has been called to committee because the applicant is a member of staff at the council. There haven't been any objections received from third party kind of neighbours, but the parish council have objected, which I will kind of explain through as I go through a presentation. So as you can see, that's an aerial view just to show you there. This application follows a previous application that was approved for an annex to the rear of the property, which I'll just show you here, and then a carport to the front. This application proposes to slightly move the position of what was the previously approved carport only, enclose the carport to form a garage. So that's the only element that's being considered for this application. These are the floor plans just to show you the whole built form of the property, and then I've circled in red the proposed changes. So originally the carport approved kind of made an L shape with the existing kind of garage building, which has previously got permission to be converted to a games room. So that's the previously approved carport. And then this just shows the proposal for this application, which it sites where it slightly off centres the L shape from away from the neighbouring boundary, and encloses the walls to create a garage rather than a carport with doors opening out onto the driveway. So this is just a more zoomed in version of the floor plan. As you can see, it's been slightly moved away from the boundary, and then there's some doors and walls added. This is the view from the front of the property, so from Bowbury Road to the south. This is the previously approved annex, which you can't actually see kind of like that from the road. But yeah, as you can see, it's just moving slightly further towards the property and enclosing the garage. Officers consider the proposal to be a subservient addition to the dwelling, even though it is kind of coming closer into the site. And yeah, as you can see, the ridge levels show it's a subservient addition to the dwelling whilst it's still being in front of the property. And this is just the final angle to show the proposed west elevation in comparison to the previously approved carport. And then finally some photographs just to show you the view taken from Bowbury Road and kind of its proximity to the neighbours. There isn't considered to be a detrimental impact on the neighbouring properties for this proposed application. And then just I'll show you from the other side. So this here is the existing garage at the minute, and then the carport will be extending out in front, and the materials proposed will kind of change from concrete to natural slate and render to match the existing property. And then that's just a more zoomed in version. So the parish council objected on the grounds that it's kind of a further overdevelopment of the site, kind of considering all the previous planning history. Officers considered that due to the minor change, we do not feel this is overdevelopment of the site, whilst we do take into account the planning history. They also raised some issues regarding photographs that have been submitted as part of the application, which was an error on submission and have since been removed. And officers feel that there has been sufficient information in order to consider and recommend approval for the application. So in summary, the design and mass, the scale and mass is considered acceptable by officers. It's not a overdevelopment of the site, and it is set back from the building line of the neighbouring properties, and there will be matching materials proposed. The parish council did request that a condition be applied to use the garage shall only be used for the accommodation of private motor vehicles, which officers agree and recommend in this instance. And yes, subject to the conditions, it's recommended for conditional approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions to ask Councillor Long?
Can you, there's obviously no measurements or scale, and it's moving slightly. Can you confirm the size of the garage?
Sorry. So the size of the garage, including the roof overhang, will be 20 square metres, but not including the roof overhang, it's approximately 12 square metres.
So it meets, does it meet our SBD requirements?
It's slightly smaller than the SBD minimum requirements, which are 6.5 by 3.5. This one measures, sorry, I've printed too much out, 5.3 by 2.5. So it's slightly smaller in length and width.
So it does meet our requirements for the capability of putting a car into there?
Yes.
Right, okay. The other thing is, it's not clear on, there is no link between the old garage, which is now a games room, and the garage. So
no,
it should remain separate.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Baldry.
Sorry, forgive my new boy question. Condition 4, garage to remain incidental. Is that officer speak for what the parish council are asking for?
Yes, yeah, I'll condition it to ensure that it's for
Planning speak.
parking
Sorry, I
only.
should have said planning speak. It's not officer speak. No. It is. Thank you.
Forgive you, Councillor Baldry, don't worry. Any other questions of Rachel? No? Okay, so we'll move on. And this time I'll get it right. We don't have an objector. We do have a supporter, Rachel Jefferson. As I always say, just sit yourself down, settle down, and then switch on the mic, and you have 3 minutes.
So, good morning, or good afternoon as it is now. The main reason that we've come along today is to really be able to answer any of the questions that you might possibly have. And just a couple of things as well I'd like to just point out. One of which is just Bulby Road. There is nothing uniform down there whatsoever. All the houses are very different. Ours is set back quite far in comparison to some of the others. And also as well, the development side of it, we originally moved to Hope Cove just under 4 years ago. We're a family of 6, permanent residents. We both work locally. We've got 3 children, one of which suffers quite severely from mental health, and will probably never leave home. And we're just trying to develop something here in Hope Cove that we can all live for an forever home in, really. That's it.
Thank you very much. Anybody, any questions? No? All right. Thank you very much for that. That was quick and easy, wasn't it? Right, Councillor Hockin, you'd like to come again, please? You know the rules.
Hello again, Mr. Chairman. South Hewish Parish Council feel that although not large when taken on its own, this additional application is adding to what we believe is overdevelopment of the site. In the space of 2.5 years and 5 applications, 2 of which had to be withdrawn, a 3-bedroom bungalow with a single garage, which was then turned into a games room, has seen a substantial increase in the size of the footprint with the addition of a garden shed, games room infill cladding, summer house, cladding under the balcony, porch and living room extensions, ancillary annex and a carport. It has also become a house by raising the roof to provide 2 first-floor bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. To us, this all constitutes development by stealth, and we wonder if it would have gained permission had it been submitted in one application. Parishioners and the parish council would like to know at what point will the creeping development be halted on this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? No. Right, thank you very much. Okay, so which one's going to go first this time? Councillor Long?
I think with this one, as we see, it's a carport changing to a garage, and in itself, I don't think would be considered as harmful. I think what needs to be considered is the concerns expressed by the parish council as to how far and whether development can be controlled, and hopefully in the future, hopefully this would be by application rather than permitted development rights. So I think there is a concern, is one of these issues that comes up time and time again with developments like this, and I can appreciate this has been turned into a family home with extended family attached as well. So I can understand that, but it is, I think you need to consider sort of the implications or the concerns of the parish about this, although in itself what is before us, the change from a carport to a garage in itself with the appropriate conditions put in place, I don't think if it had come to us, separately, it would have been turned down as such. And I think the approach of the officer is appropriate for approval, but I think the wider consideration is how the concerns expressed by the parish council about the sort of increased development of sites like this by this approach and method.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Pearce?
Yeah, I've got a lot of sympathy with what the parish councils say, but I think in this particular case, it will be difficult to hold up this application for an additional 6 square metres or something and turning the carport into a garage. So whilst I agree with a lot of what's been said, because I think the development on this site has been quite aggressive, I think we're not quite at a point where it's overdevelopment of the site, because it is a large site with the L-shaped bit that goes down to the stream at the bottom. But I think it's one that we need to keep an eye on in future. Permitted development rights have already been removed, so they will have to come back to us if they want to do anything else. But looking at it, yeah, the site is beginning to fill up, so I think officers need to be wary of anything that comes in future. But this particular one, I think it would be difficult to sustain an objection.
Thank you. Hang on. Are you going to take any questions? If there is any? No? No? Right, thank you. You let off this time. Okay, members, we're into the debate. Mr. Baldry.
I can't resist filling the silence. Thank you, Chairman. If only creeping development was grounds for refusal. I've had many cases which have driven me mad, because you can see what's happening, and you're going to see probably, and not in this case, what's going to happen at the next stage. I think the officer report covers all the points. I will move approval.
Thank you. Any members wish to talk to that?
Yes, Chairman,
Councillor.
thank you. But I was looking because I have seen in the report somewhere that the garage shall only be used for cars. Now, how many people actually keep their car in a garage? Thank you. Yes, I do. No. Well, very few people use their garage for their car. They mostly put stuff they don't know what to do with. It goes out in the garage, and your winter clothes, your wet weather clothes, all the rest of it is stashed in the garage, and anything paraphernalia but not cars. They're usually kept outside within the curtilage of the property, and very often in the road, and if you're not lucky, your neighbours will be parking their car across your driveway, so you pretty much can't get in or out. So I'm sorry, but I don't think many people keep their cars in garages. However, that's not really what this was about, and I should be supporting the recommendation of approval.
Sorry, that's a bit harsh for us people who do keep our cars in the garage.
Councillor Rowe, I'm going to come up with my favourite expression. You may well think that, but I couldn't possibly comment. Right. So, we're going to the vote then, aren't we? If nobody else has anything to say. Anything to add, Mr. Weimer? No? Right. So, we have had a proposer and seconder in favour of the officer's recommendation for approval. Can I have a show of hands, please? That's going to be easy. That is unanimous. So that application is approved. I don't know about that, but I thought we could.
The part two?
Mm.
No, because I've got officers coming this afternoon to.
Right, that answers that. That's what I was worried about. But could we not do the
appeals?
Appeals and
Happy to do the appeals of the majors, but we've got other people arriving for the part two. So
right, okay.
I can't bring that one forward, I'm afraid.
That's fine. So, Mr. Weimer, if I'll give you 2 seconds to get yourself together, and we'll do the appeals. Item 7 on the agenda, if you're looking for it. Yeah. It all comes up down the side. Yeah, on the left-hand side, there's a little bookmark.
Steve's done.
Outlines or something. Well, you don't yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Steve set me up in this, so it's not my fault.
Bear in mind, members, we are streaming still, please. Are we now ready? Thank you.
Thank you, members. There's quite a number of appeals on the list, but most of them are ones that have been lodged. I've got four decisions. The first one being 10 Cross Parks at Dartmouth, where the appeal was allowed. It's a conversion of a garage to a self-contained holiday unit. The reason for refusal was we felt it was too small, poor standard of accommodation, no amenity space, the impact on the host property and neighbours, and not enough suitable parking. It's an interesting decision from the inspector, who effectively took the view that, in many ways rightly so, insofar as the national space standards refer to dwellings but don't refer to holiday units, so he didn't feel that was really appropriate. And whilst it is small, because it's a holiday unit, the occupants will be spending most of the time outside of the unit rather than inside, and therefore considered that that smaller space was acceptable. The outdoor space can already be used, and therefore potentially have an impact on the neighbours, albeit it will now be more intensive. He didn't think it would be harmful, and considered the parking provisions to be acceptable, so they allowed the appeal. It's going to give us food for thought when we now get applications to convert smallish buildings into holiday units. The next decision is, I think, the Coal Lane, Ivy Bridge. The reason for refusal was impact on the trees, and then insufficient details to deal with drainage because it's in a critical drainage area. No signed 106 for the Tamar Valley EMS, and insufficient details around Dev 32 and climate change. The inspector concluded that it absolutely would have an adverse impact on trees, and it did fail to demonstrate adequate drainage, plus the EMS, and it was pretty well refused out of hand, that one. 4741. The next decision, I think, is a really interesting one for officers, which is the agricultural prior approval for agricultural storage building in Diddlehampton. The decision was that whilst we accepted there was an agricultural need, we felt that the siting was inappropriate, and that there were other sites available that had less impact. And fundamentally, the inspector agreed. So the inspector was satisfied that the building was agricultural necessary, but the siting would have adverse impact, and they hadn't been demonstrated that there weren't other sites available with less impact. I think there might have been a not missing in the appeal decision letter, because it did say that the building is not designed in a manner that would reflect. It's not. The building was not designed in a manner that would reflect appearance of other similar buildings in the area. I'm not sure I necessarily would agree with that part, but I absolutely agree that the siting was inappropriate, and the justification for that siting just didn't stack up. So again, an interesting discussion. And the last one was it's plot 5 Staddon Heights, Wembury, where the inspectorate have effectively declined to determine the appeal. So basically, planning inspectorate will not accept appeals unless all the essential supporting documents are received before the expiry of the 6 month. You've got 6 months to appeal. You've got to get all your documents in within that 6 month period. PINS clearly chased the appellant in October and December, saying we haven't got all your documents. You need to provide them, and then turned the appeal away on the 11th of January on the basis that the 6 months is up and you haven't given us all the documents. So I'm not quite sure what happened there, but they didn't get all the documents in, so that's why the appeal has fallen away.
Yeah, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, so that's the first time I've personally seen something like that. I haven't seen an inspected decision or lack of decision that's like that beforehand. But that that doesn't change the fact that application was refused. They haven't overturned the decision, and thus,
no.
Should the applicant wish to, they submit another application. Essentially,
fundamentally, the appeal they haven't submitted a valid appeal. So the decision stands because there's no valid appeal, and they'd now be out of time to submit an appeal. So if they wanted to go forward, it would have to be a further application.
Thank you for the clarification.
Unless there's any questions, that's it for me on the appeals.
Let's take it on a moment. Yep. So you're on to update on undetermined major applications.
I'll try to answer any questions that members have.
Well, I keep on seeing this Bryn Mawr Bungalows as the first one on the list. Where are we with that?
Well, it's not such a smooth running decision at Dartington Parish Council as you might wish for. And they had a conversation about it at the last Parish Council, briefly at the previous one when it was put on their agenda. And when it was proposed from the agenda, which is why it was discussed last month. And essentially, I think they are putting together a statement, which I think will be approved at their next meeting, which we will then be in receipt of along this.
Right, thanks for that.
It's just, you know.
Well,
I think
it's been going on some
yes, I know,
considerable
but what I
time.
would say is that this was a very contentious site.
Oh yeah, no denying
Okay.
it. Mm.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's also only in the last month that they've been waiting since last June for a design code and a heritage assessment of the parish for their neighbourhood plan. That was received a fortnight ago, and I think that's what they wanted to look at, because when the two persons, the people of the Cook from locality they're from AR Urbanism, who were commissioned by a locality under the neighbourhood plan to go around the parish, the first thing they said was, who on earth authorised Brimhay? So it has come to the attention that there is an issue, and I think it's informative for the parish council to look at an independent expert view before they make their decision. Because don't forget, they went to a lot of trouble to actually submit a planning application. There was a pro bono piece of work that was done, and at the time it was quite significant what was proposed, how it could have delivered differently on that site, and I think it's something that is interesting, and we don't get very many of them. So I would stand by Dartington Parish Council and say that's what they're doing. I'll just bring it to you
was
here.
not meant to be any criticism
I'm
at
not
all.
saying it was, but I'm just giving you a rationale.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out, you know, because I mean, I was on the committee when we first went there, and you know, you see it flash up, and you don't always get the feedback as to. But that's fine. Understand where you are.
But in terms of what we've said before, actually, at this committee about going and visiting some of the previous applications that we've approved, I think that should be on the list. You might be quite surprised.
Yeah, fine. I mean, we managed to see a couple on when we were on site visits the other day. Okay. Yes, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. As regards the undetermined or the to be determined application at Venn Farm Daisy Park in Brixton, I know that obviously the proposed date of determination was the 6th of May last year, and I appreciate that things are ongoing with it, but as it has been going on for quite a while, is there a suggested time frame within which one can expect a suggested decision or recommendation from officers?
Which one was this? Sorry.
I know which one. It's Venn Farm, Brixton.
Oh.
I'm aware that the case officer has had a conversation with the applicant. The applicant has asked for a significant amount of time to get some information back, and we've gone back and said, no, you need to think about what you're doing here. We need to bring this to a head. So there is ongoing discussion between the case officer and the applicants. If I may just come back on the Brimhay, for members who may not know, the application was approved by this committee, subject to a Section 106 agreement. My personal view is that I don't think the 106 agreement can be signed because of because the applicants didn't have the land ownership to be able to sign it. So I think there are two way forwards. Either the application comes back to committee to be refused because the Section 106 can't be signed, or the application is withdrawn by the parish, or there is a third one, or we can say if we don't have the 106 within a certain time period, we'll file the application away for record purposes. And it was the conversations with the parish on which way they wanted to go, and that which is obviously taking some time, and I absolutely understand why it's taking some time. So again, no criticism for me. It's just to set the facts out for members.
I can give you some assurance that I think it is going to be withdrawn, but I think it's just to make a fair statement.
Yeah, that's fine.
And that's absolutely fine. And if the parish want to make a statement, then we'd make sure it's posted on the application site on the website. So I don't have a problem with that at all.
Two in my ward, the two at Frogmore, it looks like one should have happened by now, according to the red wording. Or any wiser?
We do have a.
Yeah, Chairman, I think my understanding is that the agreement is presently in this building. We are, my legal team are just checking with planning colleagues to ensure that the 106 agreement complies with the original instructions, and we can identify the original authority to proceed with it. So That's work in hand at the moment, but I anticipate that will not be on that list next time you see it.
Good news. That's nearly as long as the one that Councillor Hodgson in her packs has been going on. These two, it's been going on a long time. Anyway, it's good.
Again, Chair, that's another one that's been held up.
Yeah.
From the applicant's perspective, and that was all, as you recall, it was all tied up with land ownership and getting that resolved before the 106 agreement can be signed.
It takes time. Anybody? Yes, sir. Councillor Baldry.
That may well be the case. I would need to chase. I would need to, if that has been signed, I'd need to check to see why this is still on the list. Then
is that the 08681 one?
Was that very recently, Councillor?
This week.
Well, this report would have been run probably a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, because obviously it was published last Tuesday. So this report would have been run before then.
Land opposite Butts Park, Parsons Road, Towers. Landowner February committee question. We are.
Correct.
I'll say that again. It's land opposite Butts Park, Parsonage Road, Newton Ferrers. It suggests it might be coming to today, February committee, and it isn't here. Do we know any more?
Can I go back to the case officer and then provide you with an update, please? Where's the case?
Finally, for me, Chairman, Collerton Park, well, it says progressing by end of February. Yeah, maybe.
Which one are you? The Collerton application. I think there is.
Well, it won't be done by the end of February.
I think it might. I think we're getting close with the 106 agreement, and that's the only thing that's holding it up. So I think all parties are working towards getting it resolved and issued by the end of this month.
Okay.
You have to take account of the fact that one of the parties is on an extended holiday in Australia.
Well, perhaps we. Well, no, I'm not going to say it.
No, you're not going.
No, you're not.
I am. I fly on Friday.
Come on, back to where we should be. Any more on this undetermined major applications? No. Right, so we'll move on to item 10 in the enforcement report. No, we can't do that. No, that's fine. Okay. Break for lunch then. Yeah. So we break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. So we can be back here prompt for 2 o'clock, can't we? watch cattle never boils, does it? Good afternoon, members of the public, and welcome to our afternoon session of the DM committee. I will just briefly, from memory, go through the safety bit. The fire alarm's not expected to go off. You've got toilets out that door on the left and water out there on the right. I think that covers that side of things. You're not able to speak unless you've already asked to speak officially through Amelia. Members, have any of you got any other declarations to make about this afternoon's applications? No. The only other thing I will say is, we will have to go into part 2 at the end of our session, but we'll do that when we get there. So the next application we're dealing with is Paradise Point, which is 226022HHO, and we have Charlotte to present the case, please.
Thank you. So just before I start, just two updates or points of clarity for members. So since the report was written, the Dartmouth Neighbourhood Plan has now been made. So the reasons for the refusal in the report refer to the emerging neighbourhood plan. So if members do refuse the application, just the word emerging would be removed from those reasons for refusal. And secondly, I just want to clarify in the officer report, paragraph 5.1 about neighbour amenity says no objections were received. That should state no objections relating to neighbour amenity. There were 2 objections received, which are detailed earlier in the report. So just to clarify those 2 points. So the application site is Paradise Point. It's a large house sort of on the peninsula, if you like, at Warfleet Creek in Dartmouth. Those that visited the site were aware it's accessed by a drive going off Warfleet Road down here. Quite a large curtilage and area of gardens, and the house is grade 2 listed. It's just the aerial view of it there. So relevant planning history, the proposal has been subject to 2 pre-application inquiries which gave support for a single storey building in the form of a boat store. An application for a proposal very similar to this one was refused in March 2022 for the 4 reasons listed there. The only difference between the current proposal and the refused scheme is the removal of an internal staircase. Everything else is the same. So just some photos of the site, so taken from our boat trip for those that were there last Monday. Will remember that I pointed out this covered seat as kind of a marker as to where the building would be. So we've got the view from the water with the site of the proposed building here. We've got the existing site plan, which you've got the river and the jetty at the bottom and the main house at the top. So at the moment, very green area with sort of, as I say, that covered seat, some paths and walkways. And then the proposed site plan, we've got the amendments to the steps, and then we've got the introduction of the 2-storey building in here. So just to sort of be complete about the application, so there is a proposal to replace the existing steps that are circled here with some wider steps. Just to point out, officers don't have any issue with that part of the proposal, but just so that you're aware, you've got an existing image of the stairs and then a sort of the visualisation of the proposed steps. So subject to materials details, which would be conditioned, there's no issue with that part of it. So the building itself is a 2-storey building. As I've said, it's proposed to have a boat store area at the ground floor with a toilet shower area, and then above a home office with a terrace. And I would just like members to sort of just note the size of that office. We've got sort of seats for 6 people here, 3 seats, another toilet area. So, as I say, quite a large building for what we think of as a home office. Just a north elevation there, just showing the layout of the building. So you've got the terrace. It's 5.6 metres high in total. We've got glazing at first floor, which I'll discuss a bit more later, and then you've got solidity down at the ground floor where the boat store would be. Just in context, a north elevation there, which would be the view from the river. You can see the house behind it. And then an east elevation, which would be if you were further towards the castle looking down. And then just the east elevation in context there. So at the moment, as I said, the house is a grade 2 listed house. Members would have noticed on the site visit, there is a lot of development around that area, and officers consider that at the moment the greenery, it provides some relief from the density of development. The heritage officer and the landscape officer both have objections about introducing building, so engineered built form, into this existing greenery and the impact that would have on the landscape as well as the setting of the listed building. Councillor Bastain did mention when we were on site about the development that's occurred sort of next to the site. Obviously each case is on its own merits, but I would just like members to be aware that the conservation area was extended to include this area in 2013, and the development which Councillor Bastain was referring to, as you can see from the slide, was all approved quite significantly before the conservation area was extended, also before the JLP was adopted, and the Dartmouth neighbourhood plan. So whilst we acknowledge that there is, dense development there, which may be unsympathetic to the AONB and the landscape, we have to determine this in accordance with the current policies that we've got now. And again, as I say, sort of each case on its own merits, and officers don't consider that this historic development justifies continuing to allow more development across the waterfront, which isn't considered to be appropriate. So we've just got some views here across from Kingswear, which I think just again displays the kind of the prominence of the site. This is from Churchill, and from South Embankment. So again, sort of the site is very prominent. As we've said, it's AONB, Heritage Coast, and then we've got back from the river. So I think what we would like members to bear in mind is the principle of a boat store, so a solid single-storey boat store, did get support at pre-app. It's really the first floor, the glazing and the terrace that officers have problems with. That glazing, in darkness, if it's used for a home office sort of evening times, that is going to significantly change that current green landscape and that kind of setting of the house. Just sort of a close-up picture there from the jetty with sort of the house behind. So unfortunately the heritage officer can't be here today, so I have highlighted some of the key comments. The house is mentioned, got kind of a notable mention in the conservation area appraisal for Dartmouth, and the heritage officer has kind of considers that the building, again, as I've already said, the form and the scale of it is too much. It's trying to compete with the listed building, whereas a single story, a boat store, wouldn't have that same impact. So, and similarly, the landscape comments, the applicant has submitted a landscape visual impact assessment, which itself notes that the site would be highly susceptible to change given its scenic qualities and largely unspoilt character. So again, the landscape specialist can't be here today, but she considered that the proposal is inappropriate and incongruous into the AONB. And again, the engineered man-made features would have a detrimental impact on the existing garden and the setting of the site. So the key issues are heritage. As we said, the form and the scale results in a statement building, which detracts from the house and the gardens. In terms of landscape, the key waterside location, the setting of the house in the form of the existing garden would be impacted by the building. As I've said, the scale is an issue, but a single story could be supported. and the relationship with the dwelling. So with a home office or that kind of incidental building, we'd usually be looking for quite a close relationship with the main house. As the members that visited the site would notice, you know, it's quite a distance from the main house, sort of down the meandering path down to the waterfront. There's no justification for a home office building to be sited so far away from the dwelling in such a prominent location, given the size of this site. Obviously, Boat Store needs a waterfront location, but it's the office, that first floor, the glazing, the terrace, that is raising concerns for officers. The recommendations, therefore, refusal.
Thank you very much. Members, have you any questions of the officer? No? Okay, so we'll move on to no objector to supporter Nicola Burley, who I believe is on Teams. Can you hear us?
I can.
And we can hear you.
Thank
So
you.
when you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of the proposed garden room, and thank you for making site visits via river and land last week so that you're informed in your decision making. Thank you. We appreciate that you have before you an officer recommendation to refuse to grant planning permission on 4 grounds. These are that it is not an incidental outbuilding, that it causes harm to the setting of a listed building, harms the AONB and the conservation area. No other material concerns have been raised. The concerns can be summarised as 2 matters. Firstly, appearance in the AONB Riverside Conservation Area setting within the garden of Paradise Point, listed Grade 2. And secondly, a challenge to its function as an incidental outbuilding to Paradise Point. We feel that these are concerns which are unfounded, and we note too that the Town Council have supported this proposal. Slide 1, please. For those of you that managed to attend the site visit last week, you will have seen the site towards the built-up edge of Paradise Point's well-established terrace garden, amongst mature trees and shrubs, set well away from the listed building, adjacent to the extensive modern development along Ravensbury Drive. Slide 2, please. Why is the building being proposed? It's proposed as an incidental outbuilding for the enjoyment of the owners of Paradise Point. It will allow easy access to the river for water sports. It will be a convenient store for equipment to help maintain the steeply terraced garden. It will be an office for increasing amounts of home working. And importantly, it will provide a more sheltered place for the enjoyment of the riverside location than the current summer house provides. The need for the riverside location and proposed uses for the building can be readily appreciated. Slide 3, please. The existing terrace, where the building is proposed, currently has a lightweight summer house that does not permit any of the uses that the new building will allow. Slide 4, please. In designing the garden building, we have been acutely aware of the need to protect the special character of the riverside conservation area and listed building setting of the site. This is presumed to have been successful as the Town Council supports the proposal, and your officers conclude in the officer's report, and I quote, "There is no in principle objection to the design of the building or the proposed materials palette." Slide 5, please. Indeed, we have followed a similar design to 3 buildings that have been approved by the Council, both within and adjacent to the grounds of Paradise Point in recent years. The garage for Paradise Point, approved in 2016, Boat Cottage to the immediate south and Half Tide House to the immediate northeast, both approved by this committee in 2020. Slide 6, please. We conclude and put to you that the building is an incidental outbuilding for Paradise Point and is a building that will not harm the AONB, conservation area or listed building. As there are no other material matters of concern, planning permission can therefore safely be granted. Thank you for your time in debating this matter, and I'll be pleased to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Members, have you any questions, queries? Yeah, Councillor Brazil.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I don't know if it's for the applicant to answer these questions, but the slide before that, with the examples there, have we got any idea where those are in respect of the other, the picture we see of that green space and then the other development? In particular, I mean, that Paradise Point garage, that doesn't look like, is that on the...
That is on the site.
The garage is The garage is immediately next to the entrance as you come in.
So is that visible from the estuary?
No, it's tucked away.
No, okay.
Half Tide House is out on the point to immediately to the east of Paradise Point, and Boat Cottage is around to the southeast. All on the point. They're all on land that used to be owned by Paradise Point originally.
Okay.
Long before the current owners took it on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We don't have Dartmouth Town Council, so we are now going to have the pleasure of Councillor Bastone first.
Thank you, Chairman and members. And as Nicola said, thank you for coming down to have a look at the site. I think you had a better view of what was going on down on Paradise Point than you have from the photos that have been put up on the screen. I've got some photos which I took from Kingswear. The one up there now is that was taken from Kingswear, and you can see it is a nice house, and those of you who came down, it is a nice house. But below that house and down to the river, you can see there is a mass of greenery, and the boathouse would be hidden amongst that greenery. Can we have the next photo? Right, there we are, looking from Kingswear. If you you can see Paradise Point standing out there, and you can see this mass of development along the waterside there. It's all right for the officers to say, oh, well, this was all done before JLP, but it was our officers who sanctioned all that building. The one next to Paradise Point was a house that was torn down and rebuilt, and it looks like a lighthouse when it's occupied. Well, when those who second homers come to occupy it. Anyway, and if you look down to the far left there, you can see a building starting to take shape, and that is a structure that Charlotte hasn't mentioned. It's a structure that has only recently been approved and is starting to be built, and you saw that when we went out on the river, that it was starting to be built, and that is the end of Paradise Point. I know the house is also called Paradise Point, but that's coincidence. The other thing I would like to mention is that it is a boathouse. It is incidental. Many of the properties along this riverside have a boathouse and much bigger structures than that, into which they could even drive a boat. But this is just for having a shower, store a few canoes, etc. When you look at the massive construction that's gone on along that waterside, it seems extremely unfair that you should not approve this application. And there are sound planning reasons as to why it should be approved. And Nicola, who spoke just now, submitted a planning statement with the application, and I know you're all very thorough in what you do here, and you for sure will have read that statement. And in that statement, she makes the points that this building does comply with planning. The use of the building is not a separate residential building. The impact on the historic environment will be minimal because it's tucked in behind the greenery, and the impact on the Dartmouth Conservation Area and the South Devon OAMB is similar. It's not as bad as all these properties that our planning department has approved over the years, and particularly the one that's right out on the point. That is going to stand out like a sore thumb. So I would ask you members to approve this application, And I'll leave it there, Chairman, if I can.
Thank you, Councillor Baston. Anybody got any questions? Yes, Councillor Taylor.
I usually like to ask a question. Do you consider then that there's a need for an home office above this? I mean, a single story one would be, would sit there nicely, but a 2-story with a home office, and obviously it's going to create more light because you did refer to a lot of light just now. It's going to so obviously there's windows in there, and it's going to create more light. So you think that is?
Yeah, but that they will not be using it at night. They will only be using it during the working day, because as you know, with COVID, we've all become virtual users of the computer, and the couple who own this building, I hope they won't mind, she won't mind me saying this, they operate in the insurance world, and they have a company which is nationwide, and during COVID they had to work from home, and what they're looking for really with this office is to have something more suitable to their needs and separate from the house, and it would be quite separate from the house and above the facility that they're going to provide for themselves as a boathouse.
Councillor Rowe, are you going to speak?
Yes, if Councillor Bust, sorry.
I think we finished. Or have you got a? Were you waving your hand at me, Councillor Brown? No, right, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Baston. We'll let Councillor Rowe follow behind, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, you've heard what Councillor Basto has said as the ward member. I presume that our other ward member, Councillor Hawkins, has not submitted a statement or whatever. No. So we had a site inspection and went on the river by boat to view the mismatch of boat houses, etc., that are along the front and going towards north up the river towards Dartmouth town. There were other buildings present alongside those already there. Another building there will not adversely affect the scene, given that it would be strategically placed on the lower deck of the gardens of Paradise Point. And there are landing steps already in place for those going to and from the gardens and the grounds of Paradise Point to access the proposed building. It is an extension to the main dwelling in the curtilage of the homestead. It is planned to be used as storage for boat paraphernalia and other office use, with domestic facilities within the building. There are no objections from Dartmouth Town Council and none from the drainage officer. The proposal from the biodiversity statement has no significant impact in protected species. The Tree Protection Council officer is satisfied that the impact on site as a result of the development, there would be no impact. There's no impact on neighbouring properties. It is not contrary to policy DV 21 of the JLP of 2019 and paragraph 200 and 202 of the neighbourhood plan. NPPF, sorry, right. So it's got no impact on the listed building of Paradise Point, and it's not going to be used as a separate building. There's no harmful impact upon Dartmouth Conservation Area or a South Devon AONB. So I'd just like to hear the views of other members, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, anybody got any questions to ask the two ward members? If you're not, I'm going to. I should have asked the applicant, really. Why is there a need for the office and the rest of it on top of that boathouse there in the size of the house that they have? No, I can't ask her now because we finished. I've got to ask you two.
As I said, during COVID, they had to work from home, and they found that that's a convenient. it's convenient for them. They do have an elderly relative that needs their attention, but leave that out of it. They just want to be able to work in pleasant surroundings, overlooking the River Dart, in a convenient place, separated from the house, because the house is for living in, not for working in. And that's their feeling as to why they would like the office.
Thank you. All right, members. I think then if you've got no more questions of the two ward members, we're into general debate. Councillor Brazil, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry I missed this morning, so I'll make up for it now this afternoon. Just to say, I mean, obviously I listened to what Rosemary said about there, that it doesn't have a detrimental impact on the AONB or the Heritage Coast, obviously, or the landscape. Obviously, our officers take a different view to that. So that is, I think, something that one has to balance in your own mind. You know, I don't think there's a right or a wrong there necessarily, but to just say it doesn't, that's one opinion. It's not the only opinion. So I don't think you can just say, oh, well, that's okay, then that's fine. You know, I understand exactly what the applicant wants to do, and I'm sure we've all got a great deal of sympathy with them. The problem is you know, God forbid they get run over tomorrow by a bus and that's sold. I mean, what's going to somebody do with it after that? So this idea that they're only going to use it during the day and it's not going to be used at night time, we can't control whether people use their buildings for 24 hours or not. You know, what we're giving permission for is that building to be used as the inhabitant of that house wants. So I think we need to be careful not to be too carried away with the personal situation of the individual applicant, because we're giving permission for the building, not the applicant, not with the applicant there. Look, I didn't go on the site visits, and I'm sorry, and I would very much like to hear people who did, their view on what kind of impact they feel that house would have on that thing. To me, looking at it, I mean, I think it's very important that there is that green space there. There is like the sort of green lung. You have got that development along the side, and some of it is pretty appalling. How it got there, I don't know. I probably blame the local councillors. But I'm just saying that you know, and funnily enough, when I look at this one, I think that it's a heck of a lot better than most of those other ones that are there already. So I can understand the frustration that the applicant feels, and I get that. But then, having said that, at the moment it is a rather lovely green space, and what we're going to do is put a building there with the lights, with the paraphernalia that goes with it. And I'd really like to hear from other members who did go on the site visit what they feel that the visual impact would be, because I'm very torn here. You know, I sort of feel we should conserve it and shouldn't allow that to go. But then on the other hand, if it is only a minimal impact, or people think that it's okay, then that would help in my deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Councillor Reeve.
Yes, I think it will be a lot more discreet than the rest of them, and you could certainly see that when we went out on the boat. And it is a lovely green area. I think it's very unfortunate that we've got that other development coming along now on the bottom over there. But from the boat, looking across, like you say, it's a pity the rest weren't similar, because I think it is going to be quite discreet, and I don't think you'll see it too bad at all. There's lovely little greenery there, and I think that's going to make a big difference to it.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott. Councillor.
So I don't have a decision, but what I have is the two experiences that we've had at Salcombe and then at Dartmouth. And I raised Salcombe because for me it was a turning point in my decision-making process, as we were on the boat and we looked up, and with help it was pointed out to me that what we see in a fairly urbanised landscape were views between the buildings, and here you could almost argue that the whole thing is lost. There's so much modern stuff to the right, and as Councillor Bastone argues, it's there to the left as well. But this is a gap of pleasantness in the middle, and that does make me sympathetic to keeping as it is. It is as it is, as opposed to normally you might think I'm always pro-development, but here I falter, just because of that particular view that we're seeing. That's all, and I don't really know.
Could I just ask if we see the other?
I was looking that way, but were there hands waving over this side? Yeah, Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought the boat ride was very informative. Actually, I thought it really helped, and especially, I mean, I've still got the map from that, and you know, the conversation that we've had. I think the argument of the buildings to the right. I think, you know, I've always been brought up to believe that two wrongs don't make a right, and so I can't see that extending it as anything other than to just increase the, you know, the more modern changes and development to the loss of what I think is actually a very graceful and attractive area in the AONB. And the thing to really be mindful of is it's also, it's not just a balance of what it looks like and the sort of like the elements of our joint local plan and planning provisions, but it's also that dynamic, the tourism, which is so important here. We've got a lot more staycation happening nowadays, and the more we take away from the general, you know, the gentle harmony of the natural landscape rather than the built environment, I think the more we will detract from our potential for tourism. And I think this would be one example where that little sort of open space, the little, whatever you would call it, somewhere to sit, with its roof, is obviously just somewhere that would be used for the day, maybe just to take a rest coming up quite a lot of steps. It's very different, and you really can't see it from here barely. You just have to really know where to look for it. Whereas what is proposed will really just add to that kind of, you know, general sort of move from the right of bigger development. And I think if we were looking at kind of, you know, having to try and meet housing need with some affordable or social housing, I think that'd be a different situation, and I think that's addressed in our joint local plan. But there's none of that in this. This is all about someone with a very big house, and no disrespect to the people and, you know, who are there, but someone with a very big house already wanting to have even more. And I think it's to the detriment of the general good, and I think that's a balance that is not really justified in this situation, given the potential to detract from our tourism industry and the general conservation of a very lovely area. And also bear in mind that there's wildlife living there now, and they would be shifted out a little bit more. And we are meant to be looking after biodiversity at this district council as well. And I think there's, you know, some, you know, the element of emergency is really when you take one small area of habitat, one bit at a time, you lose habitat, you lose wildlife. So I would actually support refusal on this application, in line with the officer's recommendation, which I agree with.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the boat visit and the site visit, but have pored over the documents, and yes, Councillor Bastone read every single one of them and looked through. I do take the views of the heritage officer and the landscape officer as being key within this, and normally do. May have disagreed in the past with landscape officers' views, but heritage officer and specialist officers like that, considering it is in the curtilage and setting of a listed building, it is a very green area, and I won't repeat what has been said by Councillor Brazil or Councillor Hodgson, but it is an important area. I note the officers have said that perhaps a single-storey boathouse on its own may be considered. I think I'd have to consider that seriously, so I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole of saying something there. I think the impact of the first floor office will be seen. It will be harmful. You will guess that you will know my view. Just because other buildings exist, you don't have to continue building, as in Salcombe. And I think enough has been said about the buildings to the left at the timing and before the JLP, and we've got to try and hold the line somewhere. And I think this is the line to hold it in, because when you look at that, it is a green area. I do believe that what is being proposed is harmful. The degree of harm, and I can understand all the reasonings why people would want a home office. I'd love to have a home office looking out over the river there as well. But I think what the officer has said in the report does sum it up, and I would second the officer's recommendation of refusal.
Was there a proposal for refusal? You did definitely propose refusal on the second there. Okay. Councillor Panel, bearing in mind we have got a proposal on seconder to go along with the officer's recommendation.
But just very briefly, Chairman, then to say that I was unfortunately unable to go on the site visit either, and I'm usually reticent to comment in that case. But I've taken on board what you said this morning, which was that we should listen to the views of officers of the quality that we have. And I think when the landscape and the heritage and the planning officer are all very strongly opposed to this, I think we should give that due weight.
Thank you. Usually the job of the chairman to make sure you get fair debate all the way and not try and skew, but I have a view that on this occasion that I could go along with a single story boat shed there at a push, but this office on top is worrying me. We've got a great big house behind. We've all got our houses. We've all got offices in our own houses. And much as I would like to have one looking out over Lanican Bay where I farm, I can't have it. And I just feel that it's a step too far. I understand the need for a boat house. It's by the River Dart, fine, but that's not what we've got. And I would say now, from what I've heard with everybody else, I will be sticking with the officer's recommendation. As I said before, we've got some very good officers, and it's been pointed out, heritage officers and so forth have come very hard down on being against this. So, anybody got anything more to say on the subject? Because we do have a recommendation as per the officer's recommendation for refusal. All right, so Mr. Weimer, can we go to the vote? Right, so can I have a show of hands in favour of, as per the recommendation by the officer, for refusal, please? Okay. Those against that proposal? Abstentions? 4 abstentions. So that application is refused as per the officer's recommendation. Thank you. We now move on to change over officers. Yeah. Okay, members. Brian, are you ready to go? Well, this is application number 3504, variation. We did go and see this on Monday, if members remember. Brian, would you like to present the application, please?
Okay, so this one is a part retrospective variation of conditions at the mooring in Newton Hill, in Newton Ferrers. Since the report was published, the Parish Council have submitted their objection. They have objected on the basis that the southern boundary wall should be clad in stone. So this is the site location plan, just to remind you of where we went on Monday. This is the boundary of the conservation area. One of the members asked me where the boundary was, so this is for you. Yeah, we've got the aerial view, the photo looking down the hill, and then this is some of the works that have been done so far. So you can see the first floor balcony with the privacy screens are on. The timber door is installed, and there's obviously stone cladding on the wall facing Newton Hill. This is the view from the first floor window of the buttery over the road. Some of you went into the building and had a look out of their first floor window, so this just gives you a good idea of the site from the elevated view. You can see the air source heat pump has been installed up against the wall, so that's sort of centre left of the photo. And then this is the view from within the garden of Yelm Cottage. And then again, this is just slightly further round into the garden. And this is from the patio area of Yelm Cottage. So you can see the privacy screens are installed at first floor level. So this is the proposed site layout. So this takes into account the Undercroft area that you've seen. So that just details the extent of that Undercroft. The ground floor layout, that shows you the terrace. So you can see the air source heat pump location. You can see the location of the planters. You can see the first floor layout, and that's obviously installed in terms of privacy panels. These are the proposed elevations. So you can see the timber fence and trellis to Newton Hill. And then there's an additional bit of fencing to the garden with Yelm Cottage for privacy. And the proposed southwest elevation, there'll be some additional fencing, and that will also be accompanied by planting. So officers do recognise the strength of local objection. We have tried to work with the applicant to increase the privacy measures that are available on the site and clarify some landscaping matters. conditions have got fixed triggers for implementation. So we're aware that the site doesn't have any fencing up at the moment, and the landscaping didn't have a fixed date for completion. So we've put some dates on here so that we can secure those improvements, and consider that when taken as a whole, the development accords with the policy framework, and it's being recommended for conditional approval on that basis.
Thank you. Questions, members? I have, all right.
Sorry, if I could just be clear. So that wall that's painted white, that was supposed to have been a stone wall, on point. God no, about where you were.
It's
Don't
about
miss.
the second one.
Thank
You're
you.
asking. You're going to ask the same question as I was going to ask.
Yeah, so it's like in stone coping, you're just meaning the top rather than actually the whole wall being stone clad. Is that right?
No, so because the works had been partially completed, there is a small section of wall that abuts the rendered wall, and the neighbour was concerned that if left unfinished, it provided a flat platform that a single person could walk around on top. So to prevent that from happening, I asked the applicant if they would put slate coping at 45-degree angles so it isn't physically possible to walk across it.
I want to ask about this. Or go on. Sorry, Councillor Baldry. I'll get there. You go first. Well, is this wall, the white wall, from the garden we were stood in, the neighbour's garden? Can we have a look at that? That, yeah. Is that, no, back one. That wall that's going from across this way, is that actually the boundary of the conservation area? Is it stood on it?
It does appear that way from the mapping.
Right. Okay, and the wall going the other way. And they should have been, original application should have been stone clad, yes?
That's what was conditioned previously. Yeah, they have an extant consent for stone cladding on that
So
wall.
it would have been similar to that little bit of wall that's in front that the slates are going to stick on, yes? You see the curve, to put a proper stone wall in, and you were talking about putting slates at an angle on them.
Yeah.
So is that this neighbour's property, or is it that neighbour's property?
So we are aware there's a boundary dispute on the site, so that's not something that we want to get into fine detail on.
No, but it okay, all right. Okay, Baldry.
On the same thing, thank you, Chairman. Most contentious thing seems to be this wall. The original planning permission, it said that this wall will be stone clad. In your conversations with the applicant and or his agent, have you asked them to explain why they want it rendered rather than stone clad?
I haven't, no, I've just determined it based on the information submitted.
Right.
Councillor Brazil beat me to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I just ask, planning officer, so if we're saying it's okay rendered now, why do we condition it to be stone clad?
So that was the officer's recommendation at the time based on the scheme as a whole. And now, obviously, it's been partially built out. We have got stone on the face to Newton Hill, and there is still this section of stone left. So it is a relatively small area of render. And I think on balance, I would struggle to substantiate a refusal at appeal on the basis that this small area of render is remaining.
Councillor Baldry.
I've got two more, Chairman. Sorry.
Yes, go
on. On that particular point, at any stage, given that the consent was given for a stone cladding, have enforcement been involved at all in the fact that that was a condition and has not been met?
So enforcement have been involved. They opened a case and investigated, and as a result of that, they were invited to put in an application to test the scheme through the planning process and potentially the appeals process, depending on the outcome.
Thank you. And just for just taking up the points that the planning officer has just made, my understanding for the discussion which took place on site on Monday was that we cannot condition this if we give permission now. The only way we can go forward is to refuse the whole thing if we are not happy with the cladding on this wall. Is that right?
Yes, that would be my view, Councillor Baldy. I think if I don't believe you could deal with it with condition saying this wall had to be clad. I think we need to determine the application that's in front of us, and if that's deemed to be unacceptable by members, then that would be a reason for refusal, and it would be quite clear that we need to be quite clear. If that was the reason for refusal, is that the only thing, or are there other things that members are concerned about? But I don't think it can be dealt with by condition.
Right, I think unless it's real, is it a question? We do want to get into debate. We've got to be careful. Right, thank you, Councillor.
I've gone through all the documents and I've looked through back through the previous plans as well. Can you just clarify to me to make sure I've got it correct that it's just that aspect of walling which was to be stone clad, not the sort of return?
It was both.
Right, okay, that's what I thought. And the fact that the wood topping as such to go along that wall is being applied for because the wall would have gone up higher, the actual wall and the stone wall would have gone up higher on all elevations?
I think the wall was a bit lower. So I think that's what we're looking to regularise. Essentially, the issue has arisen because the undercroft was a different height to what the ground level was expected, and so there's a slight difference in terms of the need for privacy screens. So we've just asked for that extra top fencing to go on to cover the door from Yelm Cottage.
Unless it's a burning question, we're going to move on to the other speakers, I think, and then we can have a debate after that event. We have an objector, Mr. Buckland, who's got some slides. If you'd like to sit down and make yourself comfortable, and you can have your 3 minutes.
Thank you. I object to the application for the following reasons. Increased loss of privacy, damage to character of our garden, going against the previous Heritage Officer's recommendation, replacement of historic stone walls with a blockwork wall increases the impact of the modern building as seen not only from our garden but also from adjacent conservation area and from Riverside West in the heart of the conservation area. Slide 1 shows the south and west elevations as approved in the initial application. Note the staircase was not shown at this stage, although it was shown on plan. The Parish Council and I objected to the initial application, but if the dominant staircase had been shown on elevations, there might have been more objections at that stage. I show this as an example of the applicant's approach to planning, which has resulted in, over the last 4 years, in 3 variation applications and 2 non-compliant cases. This application, if approved, would, in my view, due to problems with drawings and planning creep, undermine the credibility of the planning system and the Parish Council. Slide 2. Slide 2 shows the original stone wall adjacent to our patio. This stone wall returned to the highway. We have a 3/4 acre garden, and a feature was that every boundary wall was a stone wall. Slide 3 shows the current situation. Slide 4 shows the current application's drawing showing the wall as being stone-faced. Note, this is not the applicant's intention. It's an error on the drawing. The line of the coping is not representative. Slide 5, the current approved drawing shows the south wall as a 900mm stone wall above the garden area with a 900mm fence on top of the wall, providing adequate privacy. Undercroft was built higher than on plans and the garden slopes reversed, so privity barrier height was effectively reduced by 450mm. Variation drawing 058 shows the height of fence as 1800 millimetres above ground floor level. This should be above highest garden level as the garden slopes. Slide 7 shows the current application drawing and proposed reduced height privacy fence. Planting proposals not well defined, no depth of planter, likely that a hedge will not survive in a 300 millimetre wide planter. This will only lead to more non-compliance, time-wasting issues. The planter behind wall above our border does not seem necessary. Better to only have planters adjacent to the road and above the undercroft, and to be twice the size. Finally, I've commented in detail on your officer report, and I hope you have copies. Thank you for visiting the site.
Thank you very much. Any members got any questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today. I'm looking at a photograph in the original design and access statement of the original stone wall that was there. And it's not very easy to understand. I hope you can just help me with it. So if we can go back to the slide that showed the wall on this, which showed, that's it, no, yeah. That, no, the one that shows the corner, so further round, it's the further, no, not that one with the WI.
No, I think it's one of the...
Yeah, that one will do, the one just a second ago,
Right.
the one just last one you looked at, if you don't mind. Thank you. So obviously that little tree there is in front of it, but what happens between the high sort of uplift bit against your patio area and this long flat bit? Because on the picture I'm looking at, it looks like it actually just slowly graduated down. It was a bit rubbly, but was it just a gentle slope connecting the two? It wasn't. Was it a kind of, or was it what is there now, which is like a 90-degree angle between the two?
That original wall was roughly the height of that white wall as you see at the moment.
On the left or the right? The one in
No,
front
the,
of us.
the
or
wall
one
on
the
the
left?
wall on the right was a higher wall.
Yeah.
And that was a stone wall, and the new drawings, the new blockwork wall is the same height. Or, well, actually, when the fence is on it, the stone wall went up to the height of where the fence is now going. So part of what was a stone wall adjacent to our patio area is now going to be replaced with a bit of fencing. But originally that wall was a stone wall which went up to the height that's on the approved drawings. And the fencing has been added to bring it up to that height, to provide the privacy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any further questions? Not at this time. Thank you very much, sir. Right, we now have the supporter, Bo Sheriff. Again, as I say, just settle yourself down, get ready, switch on the mic, and you have 3 minutes.
Yep. Okay, thank you. My name is Bo Sheriff, and I am the owner of the cottage called The Moorings, which is the subject of this agenda item. I'd like to thank the committee for hearing this application and simultaneously apologise that it has come before you, as it seems rather unnecessary. Purely in planning policy terms, one of your esteemed officers, Bryony, made a recommendation for approval of this application. As it has still come before the committee, one has to wonder if there is something not more personal involved in this. On the basis that matters of planning policy have satisfactorily been dealt with by others, then it only leaves me the opportunity to provide the personal background to this application. I was born and bred and a local from Newton Ferrers, and I dreamt of one day returning to the village I live in, if I could ever afford it with all the second homes and stuff. When the opportunity was presented to purchase the house from friends, I was delighted. It was in a very poor state of repair and was almost uninhabitable by current standards. I knew it would be a challenge, and in 2017, I embarked on a thorough process of working up proposals to restore and refurbish this cottage in the heart of a village that was close to my heart. despite the trials and tribulations that accompany many building projects and the added pressure of the pandemic, the team of locals and myself, including my architect Justin, have created a home that is much admired and is acknowledged to be a great improvement on the existing dwelling, especially as it incorporates many low energy features such as an air source heat pump, high levels of insulation, and high efficiency windows. It is a low energy dwelling house for today and tomorrow. Throughout my ownership, there has been an attempt to undermine the project at all turns, mostly by negative reactions from owners of holiday homes, like some of the folks visited the one opposite, the Ropers, and people that do not have a long connection with the village as I do. The most persistent objector has been my neighbour to the west, George Buckland, who was disappointed to not be able to purchase the cottage to extend to his already significant property holdings in the village. Whilst this should not be a planning concern, it may explain why this application has been unnecessarily brought before the committee. I have a roll here from the previous owner of the diagram that he signed and created by hand of what he intended to make into 2 apartments. I can share that with the committee so you can see the diagrams he had. He had his heart set on this place. Yep. This negativity towards the project may also have been the motivation behind the pressure applied to the parish council to find some spurious way of creating further nuisance and inconvenience to me. The variations are simple minor adjustments out of practical necessity. As a consequence, I would request that the committee uphold the officer's decisions and grant approval of the application. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, sir. I understand that you're upset in one thing and another, but we are a process. And if there are significant objections to a planning application, wherever it be, they come to this committee and we have to sort it out. We've been and seen, we've looked. The problem is you've got to come back for a variation on what was the original planning permission, and that is what we're discussing today.
Yes.
And I can assure here in this room, there's nothing personal at all. We totally remove ourselves from that, and we look at it as purely as planning policy, or we listen to the officers, and we don't always follow the officer's recommendation because we feel that there's an alternative answer. So I hope that you will at least understand what we say today, and whatever the reaction is, that we've done it, and it's purely on policy, because if we don't, I've got a gentleman sat beside me who will certainly put me right, okay? Are there any questions of the speaker? Yes, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, could you actually tell us why you've moved so far away from the original planning and didn't do the stonework, the facing stones?
Yes, there's several reasons for. Do I push?
Yeah, you're fine. No,
Oh, I'm okay. Okay, thank you. Firstly, one of the walls on the west side needs to be taken down under the building control because of safety reasons. So the building control inspector, Lynn Kaufman, asked for it to be taken down for us to do the work. They were concerned there was a safety issue to it. So that wall was taken down. We had to build another wall inside it. So that's the second one. The wall on the southern side, it was always a mishmash anyway. It wasn't as been described. It had a lot of. There was a canoe hanging over it. There was. It was made. A lot of it was made out of rubble. I mean, really, it was. I've got some other. Let me just have a look. What else? It was always part stone and part rendered anyway. You know, you can't see, the house has got a contemporary part to it. We tried to keep 3 of the walls, which we succeeded in doing, but we've changed the front of it to make it more contemporary. And the blend throughout has showing that old, 200-year-old old and new. And some of that means you've got some white render where we had to take down the wall. We had to remove it for practical reasons to do the work.
But the condition was, I think, for stone facing. So you would be able to stone face a new wall anyway.
The stone facing, well, we spoke to one of the planning officers who came out, enforcement officer, and they made the he made a suggestion that that it didn't look like it was really necessary to do the facing on the stone wall when you look at it from a distance, because there were a lot of other walls that were similar with white facing, so it's not out of character. And it seemed unnecessary when we've had to build a new wall. The combination wasn't something to object to, and so we followed that. In some ways, we followed that advice. It's a shame my architect can't speak, Justin here, but that was basically what we've attempted to do. Try to combine traditional and contemporary.
Okay. Any more questions? Councillor Hodgson?
The design and access statement of 2018, which I think is, because your name is on the application form for that planning application. It shows figure 1, as I referred to earlier to the previous speaker, and it says view of the moorings seen from Newton Hill looking north. The unsympathetic flat roof first floor addition to the property can be seen in the centre of the image. This is the original building you worked from. The rubble stone wall surrounding the garden is a significant feature of the character of the street that will be restored and repaired as part of the proposed works. And I think what I wanted to say to you was that obviously was seen as significant at that point. And just bearing in mind, obviously, to some extent, you've answered the question, but you know, I think you accepted at that stage there was repair. I mean, these old walls, they're mud and stone.
Yes,
they do
this
fall
by the
apart.
wall. Sorry.
So why could you not have just tried to do the cladding as so you can retain that look? I understand what you're saying about people said it didn't matter, but it was seen as significant then. What's changed?
We did rebuild the stone wall on the southern side, on the Village Hill side. So when you see it from the Village Hill and from any angle there, it's very traditional. That was done by local stone. Yes, I mean that was rebuilt. That whole aspect's been rebuilt and restoned, redone with stone. The original stone, in fact.
Okay.
Okay. Right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor. Statement? Yes.
Council statement.
Yeah. Would you like to read it out, Amelia? I'll apologise. I've had my hand smacked for allowing that to happen. Apparently, and I'll still get to the bottom of it, this was changed in the period of time, and we'll have another talk at another place about that, but we will continue. For fairness, Amelia's going to read this out again, okay?
Thank you, Chair. So this is a representation by the Newton and Noss Parish Council. Since the original planning was approved in 2018, there appears to have been a number of breaches and ongoing issues with this renovation. One example being the Undercroft storage area, which is now a garage. And NNPC are very conscious that the planning officer has been working with the applicant to resolve the impact on the neighbours and conservation area, in particular the overlooking and loss of privacy breaches. However, we would wish to ensure that the serious concerns of neighbours are considered. We feel there should be more clarity over the exact height of the fences and recognise their view that the proposed planting scheme intended to mitigate the overlooking issues is insufficient. We also object to the application dated the 1st of the 11th, 2022 to remove conditions 6 and 7 relating to the requirement to stone-clad the western and southern boundaries and reiterate our objection of October 2021 to the original application for variation, which was previous planning approvals laid down the height of the boundary walls to the south and west of the mooring and gave the reasoning why these walls should be clad in stone. And I quote, "The Council's heritage specialist considers this wall affects the setting of the conservation area and on the basis that there was a historical stone wall. Any replacement should also be clad in stone. Furthermore, the replacement walls were built approximately 45 centimetres lower than the height detailed in the planning approval. It is the view of the Parish Council that these departures from the original consent are a matter for enforcement, not something that can be addressed by a variation request. In our view, protecting and maintaining our historic legacy on behalf of all the parishioners is central to our role as a parish council, and we do not believe that the historic wall should be replaced by rendered surfaces.
For that, because we can't ask any questions, so we'll move on to. Yes, certainly, Mr. Weimer.
Just after hearing what's been said, just something of clarity. The application, to the best of my knowledge, the application doesn't seek to remove condition 7. Condition 6, yes, but not condition 7. I think that was suggested 6 and 7. And the comment around this should be dealt with by an application, it should be dealt by enforcement. It is entirely appropriate to deal with this issue by council determining this application. And if the application is refused, then it may end up back with enforcement. It's entirely appropriate to deal with it as an application.
Perhaps you should explain that if there's an enforcement notice served, and then if somebody asks for a planning application, puts a planning application in, that then is determined for the enforcement. That actually stops the enforcement for the time.
I don't believe there's actually been an enforcement notice served. Right. I think there's been an enforcement case opened. A breach was identified. The application has been submitted to rectify that breach. Right. That is an entirely appropriate way of dealing with that scenario.
That's right. Thank you. Okay, are we going to have Councillor Thomas's, or are we going to? You want to rest? Councillor Baldry.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't intend to speak. I may speak during the debate, but I don't intend to speak as ward councillor. No, I may take part in the debate as I'm sitting here. I'd like to hear what Councillor Thomas has to say.
Well, he apologises that he can't make the meeting today. He's on holiday with his family, but he would like it noted, though, that he supports Councillor Baldry's position and would like to see the wall in question stone-clad rather than rendered.
Just to say, stop laughing. Yes. My position was to call it in because of the level of local objections.
Yes, I just, and it's important that was heard. Right. Carry on, Amelia.
Did you want me to repeat that again, or?
No, have you finished?
No. Also, just to finish that off, this is also the parish council's principal concern, and that's regarding the stone cladding.
So that we've got that far. So we're now members, as far as I'm concerned, into the debate.
So, I suppose I can't say with definite because that might be prejudging it, but it would seem to me that there was a pre-existing stone wall, the condition was there, we have to get back to there being a stone wall. It seems that I don't understand about why it can't be by condition, but I accept it can't. So it hangs on the means by which we can get back to it being a stone wall. And I'm not sure I've got any more worries about except achieving that. Am I in trouble with the solicitor? No.
Chairman, I think the reason we can't do it by way of condition is because actually that's what the application is for. You either approve this or you don't. Granting it subject to a condition that it does the complete opposite of what's applied for. Effectively, you're being asked, is a condition or is the condition requiring the wall to be clad now relevant, necessary, reasonable, etc. All that at this time, and it's up to you as to say if you conclude that the condition that is on the previous condition, the previous application, previous permission is relevant, necessary, and satisfies the conditions for planning, the planning tests, then you should refuse the application, and it'll become an enforcement case. This is essentially the applicant saying, please, can I not be required to apply or comply with that condition? That's why you can't condition it with the condition.
All right, Councillor Hudson.
given that this is dealing with two separate conditions, and one of them is about the stone wall, the other one is about the other, I would say, much more minor amendments, including the heat pump. Are we able to determine one part and not the? Are we able to refuse one bit and agree the other, or is it all or nothing?
As a general principle, you can't do a split decision on a planning application. So it's either the application is either refused or approved. However, what the council should do if an application is being refused is make it quite clear in the reason for refusal what elements are unacceptable. So if in this case one element is a number of elements are acceptable to the council, one element isn't, the reason for refusal should just focus on the element that is unacceptable. So the applicant and anybody else who is involved in the application is quite clear which elements the council has a problem with and which elements they don't.
Okay. Yes, carry on.
We're in the debate now.
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that, I mean, the piece I read out earlier, which is from the original Design and Access Statement of 2018, it just says the rubble stone wall surrounding the garden is a significant feature of the character of the street that will be restored and repaired as part of the proposed works. And that is what people at the time would have approved. It was what the locals would have actually been local people would have been looking at when they viewed it. And I think, you know, essentially to stray, and I would say quite significantly, because even a rebuilt stone wall is, you know, catches the eye compared to the other that just melts into the landscape. And, you know, in terms of the heritage of these villages, and it's as pointed out earlier, it's right on the edge of the conservation area, and the, you know, the variation in heights, etc. I can't comfortably say, oh, that's all right, just have that white wall, because it really does, you know, it does jar. And it's not about what the neighbour may or may not be suffering. It's more about the general principle of a special area. I mean, I would be happy to approve personally the elements around the heat pump, because I think that's fair enough. That's modernisation and it's, you know, carbon reduction, etc. But I think the wall is a significant thing that I think I would say that we should refuse, actually, on the basis of impact on the local area and local amenity, and that it was a significant element of the previous planning application.
Thank you. Can we, Mr. Weimer, when we're given reasons for one whether, can we refer to the previous application and the conditions that were within that application? With that, say the stone wall, for instance.
I understand the question. I was just, I think, I don't believe we can have a reason for refusal with the greatest respect to Councillor Hodgson. I don't think we can have a reason for refusal that well, it was on the previous plans, therefore you've got to do it. I think we need to look at what's in front of us. So if members of the view that the introduction of a white rendered wall is inappropriate, then that's what you need to focus on. We wouldn't be able to defend an appeal solely based on you've deviated from the approved plans. It would have to be based on what's the harm from deviating from the approved plans. So I think in this case, it's going to be a judgment for you in terms of whether the introduction of the white rendered wall is appropriate given its location and the character and appearance of that part of the village.
Just because I'm looking at the decision notice of that original application, and it says no development shall take place until there's been blah 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 submitted and approved the LPA, but it says the reason is in order to protect the visual amenities of the locality and to assimilate the development into its surroundings. And it strikes me that is relating to this. It's not actually. That's. I don't know. Is that something?
I don't disagree with you that the issue raised in that is what you should be looking at, because what that condition was saying was that actually the stone wall is the appropriate finish. What I don't, there's a slight difference between looking at that as an issue and referring back to, well, this is what was said in the previous application, therefore we're not going to deviate from it. So you're right to look at that issue, but it needs to be framed. But any reason for refusal needs to be framed around the issue rather than what the previous condition said, in my view.
Right, I'm going to bring Mr. Fairburn in.
Just to add to that, because of course you're now determining the application in accordance with the JLP, which that previous decision, depending on the date, wasn't. So there's been a whole raft of new planning policy, and that's why you can't refer back to and rely on that previous decision as the basis. The issue, yes, judge the issue against the current development plan.
Members. Councillor Brazil.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I assume the whole reason why this is here is because they know that that doesn't fit the condition, therefore they've had to put in another application because it wasn't fitting the conditions. So to say we're refusing it because it doesn't fit the conditions would be perverse, shall we say. So, yeah, I mean, do we think that that rendered wall is acceptable and the effect that it has on the setting of a conservation area? I mean, I'm slightly concerned that officers felt that it did and that they recommended as a condition that it should be stone clad, and now feel that actually they're not that interested in that and that it's okay being rendered. And I do have a slight problem with that because I think that we've been, we can't, we either want it to fit in with the conservation area or we don't. And does the rendered wall, is it acceptable? I accept that when you walk up the street, you mainly see the bit that is stone clad, and that's fine. But it's the effect that it has in the garden of the Yelm Cottage, is it in there, or Yelm View? Is that a big enough impact for us to recommend refusal? And that's what we have to decide. Can I just say to Mr. Sheriff, I mean, I appreciate that you're very emotional about it, but I think you have to accept that if you lived either side of that and those balconies are there and people are sitting on them and looking in, I think if I lived there, I'd object. I mean, I don't think that's anything personal. I just think it's just the way it is, and people can put in applications and people can object. And I very much hope that you don't, that it doesn't turn into something personal. I mean, maybe it's too late, but I just think that I don't think you could expect to do what you've done there and for local people not to object, quite frankly. You've basically got what you wanted, and all we're arguing about now really is whether you stone clad that rendered wall. So I don't know which way the decision will go, but either way, I think it's very, very minor compared to everything else that's happened. So I hope it isn't, it doesn't become too much of an issue.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. The deathly hush. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it all does come down to the wall and the stone clad. I think, as Councillor Hodgson said, the points about the heat source pumps, that's where we're going with this. But I really do think that the changes you can see from that photograph, and I think from further down looking up to there, the cumulative impact of the white render not having that stone at the base as it was sort of historically, I think it does have a negative impact on the setting of the conservation area, being right on the boundary. And I think it is important, given that most conservation areas also have, I can't remember the actual term, but there is a sort of a zone, a buffer zone. Thank you, a buffer zone, and I think that's it's right on the boundary. So this property is in the buffer zone. So we have to sort of give consideration to anything that is done there that impacts the conservation area, and it might only be a small amount of stonework, but I do believe it's important. And I know from other plans, things do change, and walls have to be taken down, and they have to be rebuilt. But there are many that I know of that are rebuilt and stone clad. They don't necessarily look as great as the original, but over time, if done, sympathetically, and the type of grouting, mortar put in, it does tend to sort of blend down and weather down, and does weather down far better than a rendered wall, which would need constant maintenance. So I think this does come down to, the negative impact. I believe that within that setting, within the conservation area, it's an incongruous, I think, addition to it. and it's an inappropriate materials on that boundary in that area. You know, if we're not going back to sort of what existed before, but you have to sort of recall a wall did exist, and I think what we'd want to try and do is to get that back so that that boundary is appropriate. I don't know whether anybody has moved a refusal. Well, I'm quite happy to second that refusal.
So, you definitely, can you just say that again, Councillor Hodgson, that you move?
I move refusal.
You do
Chairman.
move
On the basis of the wall.
Yeah. And you second it. And is that just on the wall? Because remember, there was talk of the what is now a garage underneath was not quite built to, but is that bothering people in the committee greatly?
To me, the treatment of the sort of garage, the undercroft, you know, would and will tend to blend in. That wall has been stone clad, as the rest. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's the remainder of the wall that is the main concern.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Weimer.
I seem to be becoming a little bit like a broken record today. Again, I would, if Councillors Hodgson and Long are happy, I would suggest this before it goes to vote. It would be a delegated decision with the. Obviously, we want the reasons. I think we've heard them, most of them. I'd want the reasons, but for the detailed wording of the reason for refusal to be, if it goes that way, to be agreed, Chairman, Ward Member, and proposer and seconder before it goes. Just want to clarify that before it goes to the vote.
Any Councillor Baldry, Councillor Panel.
So just a question on conditions, and that is, there is also, there's been talk about the screening. Are we happy that the proposed plan provides enough screening on the neighbours, because it wasn't built in exactly as intended, but I don't know whether we are content that the new scheme will provide that screening.
Yeah, Councillor Brown.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I have no problem with this scheme other than the wall, but as we are told, we either vote for the entire thing or against the entire thing. I'm therefore left in a position where I must vote against, so in favour of refusal, because that is the situation.
Yeah, Councillor Baldry.
Thank you, members. I wanted to listen to the debate before I spoke. I think it is all about, there is a historic stone wall there, and then replacement should be clad in stone in the setting of a conservation area. Just a couple of minor things. First of all, I forgot to thank members for attending on Monday. I think it was very worthwhile, as been developed in this debate, and to get my defence in, if I may, in view of some comments which were made after the meeting to me. If you look at the planning history, the main part of the agreement for what is there now took place in 31st of July 2018 and the 15th of March 2019, and at that time I was not ward councillor. I became ward councillor in May 2019.
Thank you, Councillor Baldry. I don't think we can say anything more. Is there any, have we got to?
I think from what was put forward from members, including and importantly Councillors Hodgson and Long, who have moved and seconded, it is fundamentally the introduction of a white rendered wall is an incongruous feature within the setting of the conservation area. I think that's pretty much sums up what I think.
Well. Yes. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's fine. Well, obviously, we need to add the policy to it, but that's fundamentally, I think, what the reason is.
So, members, you short now? Yeah.
Can I just say that one thing that's not been perhaps dealt with is that the original wall was higher, and I think maybe that should be mentioned, because I think it should be brought to that original height as well, because that is part of the problem. I mean, okay, yeah, in principle, it's just about the jarring of the white wall, but the wall was arranged to be rebuilt up to, and I think it's the original height is there. So I'm just mentioning it. Of course, we can't really say much about that or condition it, because we can't condition a refusal. but I'm just flagging that up really, that I think it would be only fair to expect, since given the importance of that particular boundary to the conservation area, that it should be, as was originally kind of said in the original plan.
Can I have some clarity from Bryony about what goes on top? Is there not something to go on top of that wall? Can we just cover that for a minute?
Do you mind if I come back on that? Because I think what the application in front of us is a rendered wall with some timber on top.
Yeah.
Given all the comments around the stone wall, I had perhaps assumed that members wanted to see a stone wall and not a stone wall with timber on top. Given what has been said, I think if members are so minded, the reason for refusal could be twofold, in that it could be the issue around the white rendered wall, but it could also say along the lines of and the wall has insufficient height to protect the amenity of the neighbouring property. So that'd give a clear steer that what members are looking for is a stone wall to a height that was approved at the last application. Yeah. I think that's. I know I'm putting words in your mouth, but I think that's pretty much what you're saying.
Okay. So everybody clear in the mind now? They're voting against the officer's recommendation, which will be refusal. So we're voting in favour of refusal, if that makes sense. Delegated refusal, as Mr. Weimer explained. So can I have a show of hands to that effect, please? I think that is absolutely unanimous. Yep. So that application is refused. That, members, is the end of those applications. I am now going to have to go into exclusion of public and press and ask you whether you can, we'll have to vote on it in a minute. I have to read this out to you. That in accordance with section 100 brackets A brackets 4 the Local Government Act 1972, the public and press be excluded from the meeting during consideration of the following items of business in order to avoid the likely disclosure to them of exempt information as defined in paragraph 3 of part 1 of schedule 12A to the Act. Can I have a show of hands of those in favour of that, please? That is unanimous. So, Steve, you can turn off. That is the end of the meeting, public meeting. Thank you. So we'll finish streaming.